content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
What's happening, y'all, man? What's cracking? I'm GG, man. What's happening? Make sure I got my headphones turned up too much, man. But, before I get things started, man, I want to give a shout out to all the haters out there, man. Y'all lurking. You motherfuckers always lurking, man. Shout out to y'all, man. And when you come in, man, make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button, and the bell notification button so you can stay on top of what goes on here on the Green Gorilla channel. And, like I always do, I want to give a shout out to all the members of the Green Gorilla channel. Go into a little commercial break and then come back with the show as it stands. So let me take care of that biz naive. So shout out to Passport OG, Brotherly Love 215, Divine Love Ridge, Ismail Samad, The Watcher, Barnolas, Hostile Adept, The Cold-Hearted, and the Cold-Headed, Revelator, Leeways, and Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Big up to y'all, man. Big up to Michael Ross, Lord Hamal, Kill the Gang, Dr. Thunder, BGS Ibmore, Jason Hales, Charles Finney, Interesting Thought, Bimrock, Blacksword 404, and Until I'm Not. Big up, man. Big up to Apex Prowler, Naomi Gary, J. Cleveland Green, The Toxic Masculinist, Pulpit 28, No Sleep, Broken Blade, Mr. King, Larry R, Seth Son, and Afro Truth TV. Big up, man. Big up to Show Me, Spain Man, Seven Coast Dojo, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, An Honest Look, Sherlyn Woe, Ricky Dawson, Stefan, Julius Ferguson, and True 7360. Big up. Big up to Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Buildmonger, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Binga, Cutting Up with the Jones, and Zanko 1. Big up, man. Big up to D. Scott, Path Guy 74, Pete Rock 496, Aaron Peters, Vincent Lindsay, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard 80OS, Jazz Tech, Shadow Observer, Artisan MC, and Troy Warren. Big up, man. Big up to Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, Dreamlit, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., Adam and Nick Nax Mouse. Big up. Big up to Brian Peaks, Black Uru Strikes, Dr. Tree 33, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, K. Ryan S, Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, and Greg. Big up, man. Big up to Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Cameron 87, Dr. Rock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, and Mr. Blue Collar. Big up, man. Big up to TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, and Mr. Heat. Also, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Rasheed Barnes, Aaron Smith, DH, A-Double, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Kalon Chakala, and W. Pierre 1. And can't forget our brothers in the ethereal plane, Kevin Samuels, David Carroll, and Forrest Windu. Big up to all them brethren, man. And on the Patreon side, I can't forget the people on the Patreon side, man. Shout out to Robert Wicks, J.E.K., Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby, J Live, Rashawn Phillips Sorrells, Keith Bass, Nick, Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, I'm the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Pursuer Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, Jay Bailey, Mr. Michi, Momal, and the Sangwa. Big up to all y'all, man. Thank you so much for your support, man. You deserve a round of applause, man. And if you want to know how you can support the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis, here's how you do it, and I'll be back with the show, man. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla Channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chase. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla Channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla Channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, we back. You know who I am, man. I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla Channel. Before I even get things started, I want to shout out a few people, man, who hooked me up. Shout out to Michael Ross, man. Appreciate the donation, sir. Appreciate that, man. And I got to give out some fanfare to Mr. Heat here, man, who blessed me double time, man. I'm gonna give him 2 shouts out, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the kind donation, man. Shout you out again, shit. Big up to Mr. Heat, man. So let me just say this, right? Okay, so shout out to Complex Design. I see you out there, man. I see you out there, my brother. Shout out to you. To be quite honest, I don't think, a lot of guys are going to like this show today. I don't think you're going to like it, just to be honest about it. I'm going to keep it 100. I'm just going to keep it a buck, keep it a bean, like they say. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But, the title of the show is some of you niggas start to sound like bitches. I know it's fucked up, and it's a little bit shocking. I probably did not have to, be that insulting and derogatory, but fuck it, it's already done. It is what it is. It was a impulse that I had at the moment when I was inspired to do it. So it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But, I did a show about Complex Designs business. He has a micro mobility company, and very few people watch that video, man. I mean, it's like less than damn near 1,000 people, but like they'll come in droves for some booty chatter. He has a company. It's called Pacific Rides, man. Go check out the show, man. He's talking about his company, how he was inspired to develop the company, and he's selling products, man. Which is, he has a real stake in the industry of micromobility. So support the brother if you can, man. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. We say we want to support each other. We want to build networks and things of this nature. But, damn, when it comes to actually doing that kind of work, motherfuckers are missing, man. What the fuck, bro? They're absent. You're not present. But anyway, man, so I did a show yesterday, and the show for the most part was about how black women use intersectionality, which is a theory developed by a legal scholar whose name is Kimberly Crenshaw, in order to demonstrate the various ways in which race, gender, and other identity formations intersect with one another in order to create unique forms of oppression and domination for people who fit into those multivalent categories, okay? And I demonstrated how black women or black feminists, to be more precise. But black women all are able to use it as an extension of, contemporary politics. Black politics now contemporarily is feminist. Let's just face the shit, bro. It is what it is. So I did a show about how black women use intersectionality as a means by which to distance themselves from black men in order to gain favor from white folks, or to, postulate themselves as closer in proximity to whiteness than black men. Okay? And in essence, these women typecast black men as abusers, rapists, and sexists in their own community in order to curry favor at the university, at their places of employment, in the media. They basically throw us under the bus. They scapegoat us. And they caricaturize us as boogeymen to categorically disassociate themselves from that which the society at large designates as disposable or abject. Okay? But then my question is, why are you niggas doing the same thing related to your own demographic of black people in general, man? Why? Why are you niggas doing this, man? I'm gonna leave a link just in case somebody has an objection to what it is I have to say. Why y'all doing this shit, man? You act like y'all ain't doing the same shit. That's why I say some of you niggas is starting to sound like bitches. It is what it is. So I left the links. Why? Many of you do it all day, every day. And I say, you're not going to like this stream. You're not going to like it. You're not going to like it. But many of you do this shit all day, every day. And really, to be quite frank, man, I'm growing tired of it. Because what you do is you virtue signal and you grandstand, which is exactly what many of these bitches are doing, man. It's the same shit these chicks is doing, man. But then you think it's cool when you do it, but it's fucked up when they do it. I'm asking the question. Now, I'm not doing this, to really go in. I know it's offensive, okay? I get it. Some of the language that I'm using is inflammatory, but it's on purpose. Like, I'm like Diogenes the centipede, man. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm like a guy walking around in the daylight with a flashlight looking for somebody to tell the truth, man. That's what it is, man. Now, I'm going to just keep it real, man. To me, that's virtue signaling and grandstanding, which is exactly, again, what these chicks are doing, especially black feminists, when they try to approximate themselves closer to being civilized and being white in contradistinction to the nigger. So it's fucked up when they do it, but it's cool when you do it. To me, I'm just saying, it's a bitch move. It is a bitch move. It's a bitch move. And I'm looking for the smoke. I am looking for the smoke today. I done already put the invite out there. Now, I want you to deny that I'm telling the truth about this. I want you to tell me that I'm wrong. I want to be proven wrong. And I do it out of love for real and concern. Because one of the arguments I hear being made is, this is what I hear. I hear shit like, white folks ain't never did me nothing wrong. Ain't never done me no harm at all. But it's you niggas that hurt me. This is what I hear. I hear this shit incessantly, man. From niggas in this space. And I am being inflammatory a bit. It ain't white folks that you got to worry about. It's you niggas. And in doing so, you claim that white people really aren't problematic at all. It's just the niggas that are. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I want somebody to tell me I'm wrong about it. And I want to really actually be proven wrong so that I know I'm mistaken about this. But I don't think I am. But I want to be mistaken about it. It ain't white folks that's a problem at all. It's just the niggas. I get you, Dollar Will. I understand. I get it. I understand. But goddamn, bro. To me, this kind of argumentation, just my opinion, is worse than black feminist shit. It's even worse. I'm going to tell you why it's worse. Because at least many of them, most of them, in fact, will claim that white racism, particularly institutional or systemic white racism, is a major impediment to black people's success and freedom. At least they'll say that in conjunction with throwing us under the bus. They do that. They throw us under the bus, and I think it's fucked up. But damn, you're doing the same shit. And then denying that white racism even exists or it's a problem at all. And you render it so insignificant as to not have any bearing on the black condition or black people's outcomes as a whole. And then my question is, and you do this for what? What's the end to it? What's the reason? Now we know why bitches do it. There actually is some sort of material reward for doing it. They get something out of doing it. Again, I'm inviting you. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I want to be disproven. But nobody's going to do it, though. I know. Y'all going to go into the booty chatter and get into all that bullshit. I know what you're going to do. I understand. I get it. But I think you motherfuckers doing it to demonstrate that, you know, what, you closer to whiteness? You're more civilized? What, you want to get white approval just like these bitches do, man? That's what you're looking for? Or to demonstrate that you're better than the rest of the dirty and the backward niggas that your group is normally associated with? Is that what it is? I'm just asking the question. And most of the time, in order to prove your point, what you do is you got guys who make anecdotal arguments about their own experiences, and then they claim that they're using sociological data, or that they stick to data and facts in the same breath. How? Now, you hate anecdotes and shit like that when black women use them, but when it comes to your own experiences, it's time to get into me story time. What? How? That's a bitch tactic to me. It's a saucy Santana tactic, if you ask me. And then I asked the question, real talk. I said, okay, look, motherfuckers say they worried about crime and Pookie and Ray Ray and all this kind of shit. So they worried about crime and criminals and the kind of backwardness that you see among black people. And then my argument, my retort to it is, what nation state doesn't have any crime, huh? Which one? Which nation state is fucking crime free? Which one? I'm ready for niggas to start making some claims and putting some facts on the board. Let me answer that question, Felicia Gray. Anecdotes to some degree make up data, but taking sporadic anecdotes and then postulating that they're a universal phenomena is an error in scientific inquiry in general. That's not how scientific inquiry is conducted. Now, if you conduct 1,000 interviews or even 100 and compile the data based upon some sort of hypothesis that you make, then we can begin to say that you're engaging in some sort of scientific agglomeration of data. But just to use your own experience as a springboard for reality is a fucking fallacy. That's not how scientific research is conducted. That's not how it goes. That's not how this happens. So I say, look, what nation state doesn't have crime? Which one is free from crime or violence? Which one? The reality, there is none, okay? Crime and violence exists to some degree in every country. Every last one of them. Now, it's true, some countries have lower crime rates and instances of violence than others do. But there are a variety of factors that go in to making that be the case. You have societies with more effective law enforcement policies or institutions, or some that are less militaristic. You have societies with stronger social welfare systems. So there's very much less stress related to poverty and how you're gonna pay the bills and how you're gonna subsist. There are some societies with lower levels of corruption than this one. And this is a highly corrupt culture, okay? There are other cultures with high degrees of social trust, where you can leave your doors open at night and shit like that. So you got countries like Iceland, Denmark, and Japan that have relatively low crime rates, but many of these countries have low levels of corruption and strong welfare systems. But it's important for motherfuckers to understand, no country, even these countries, even though they have low crime rates, they still have crime rates. They still have violence and crime. And first, the next thing is, and everybody already knows what this argument is, most crimes are proximity crimes. That's just the way fucking crime is conducted. That's just how it happens. And Dollar Will, it's important for people to understand. It's also important for people to understand that men are not the only people who are violent. But I get what you're saying. Men and women are violent. So it's important for me to qualify that claim that you made. But I mean, I understand it if you're talking about mankind. Okay? But proximity crimes are crimes committed by people who live or work near the crime scene, which makes it easier for them to actually commit the offense. And there's several reasons why crimes usually are proximity crimes. You got people who know the area. The actual opportunity to commit the crime is present. They know motherfuckers around the area. So they feel like they can get it off, and if they get it off, they can distribute what they've done quickly. It's the place where they have routines. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why people commit proximity crimes. But that's the reason why typically the people who do you harm are most often the people who you're most closely associated with. It's just how it is. It's that way for white folks, black folks, is that way for every goddamn body. Nobody is exempt from this phenomenon. But my question is, why do some people denounce their own demographic? For either having a substandard culture or for being, derelict, being ontologically disformed or disfigured? Why do people denounce their own demographic for having problems? But especially, why do black people do that? But then you praise white motherfuckers for having a superior culture. Why do you do that? Well, I can think of a few reasons. I'm not going to go into it forever, man. I'm not going to be, if you don't want to talk about this shit and you just want to go head on and hear motherfuckers just pontificate and talk about how superior they are, then the rest of the niggas, man, y'all go ahead and have that shit, man. You go ahead. Yeah, I think you're right, Dollar Will. Internalized depression or inferiority. Because people who belong to marginalized or historically oppressed groups internalize negative stereotypes and attitudes about their own group, which leads them, in many cases or instances, to denounce their own demographic. Queen, what's happening with you? What's up? Long time no see.
Oh shit! I didn't want to come up here. How you doing?
What's that? You ain't want to come on? What you here for then? What's up, Queen?
I was gonna type it in the back chat.
But you here though? You're here now, shit.
Okay, I was gonna ask you if I could share this on my channel.
Share it on your channel. Go ahead.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. I'll holler at you. We already know what white culture is, bro. Like, he says, what's white culture? Personally, I think it's, hold on, I don't know how you got back in, Miss Queen. We already know that there is such a thing as European culture. There's French culture, there's Germanic culture, there's British or English culture, there's Danish culture. There is such a thing as a European cultural expression. I'm not gonna say that it doesn't exist. But a lot of times, black folks kind of praise white people, man. That's just what the fuck we do. So a lot of black folks, man, have internalized negative stereotypes and attitudes about their own group. And I show this shit all the time, man. I guess I gotta show it again. This shit starts early.
Which doll is the black doll? And which one is the white doll?
That one.
Which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll pretty?
Because she's white and he has 2 eyes.
Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that doll ugly?
Because he's black.
Which doll looks most like you?
Like me.
Yeah, which one looks like you?
And that one,
Okay.
that doll.
So yeah, I mean to say the shit doesn't exist is flat out, it's just wrong. To say that, you know, black people don't have internalized inferiority, that's a lie. It's been demonstrated scientifically, psychologically. You can observationally see. You can do this test today. Take a group of kids. They'll have the same attitudes and dispositions. They'll have the same kind of psychological profiles. Exact same. But the question is, you don't like it. These niggas don't like it when chicks throw them under the bus. You don't like it when black women use intersectionality as a means by which to distance themselves from black men in order to gain favor from white motherfuckers. You don't want to be typecast as rapists, sexists, or abusers for other people to curry favor at governmental institutions, at schools, or at places of employment like corporations or whatever. You don't like being scapegoated and caricaturized as boogeymen so that other people can categorically disassociate themselves from you so that you can be stigmatized and oppressed. You don't like that shit. But you don't have a problem doing the same shit as these bitches is doing. You don't have a problem. You do the same shit. Now I've left a link on several occasions for a motherfucker to prove me wrong and to say this ain't happening, this doesn't occur. It occurs all the time. That's all I hear. And I'm saying, what's to differentiate yourself from these bitches that you complain about if you're doing the same shit? Are you saucy, nigga? You saucy? So anyway, if you want to, people ask me, well, what's white culture? What's white culture for the most part is Anglo-Saxon culture. We already know that it was war between the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the English over this fucking landmass here that we call America, the United States, okay? But all of the Americas in general, okay? So Spain got Mexico and shit like that, so that's why they speak Spanish in that motherfucker, okay? The Portuguese got Brazil and shit like that, and it is what it is. The English got fucking Jamaica also. But there are some distinctive features of Anglo-Saxon culture that are filtered into American culture. For one, language. We don't speak Spanish in this bitch, do we? The most significant contribution of Anglo-Saxon culture or white culture, if you want to call it that, which basically filtered into America, is the English language. You got a fucking legal system that's developed from Anglo-Saxon culture, the common law tradition. And that's the basis of most of the legal systems in most of English-speaking countries, which have been totally unkind to black folks. Literature, religion, the whole concept of individualism, individualism is a European cultural artifact. Democratic ideals, the ideas of democratic, like decision-making processes, that's European shit. In other cultures, that did not exist necessarily, okay? Work-related values, so-called self-reliance, hard work, and shit like that. So there are a lot of cultural features that come from Europe that have filtered into U.S., American culture. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to get to is, why are you niggas making the same kind of argument that these women make that you hate? Why are you doing the same shit? You have internalized oppression, inferiority? That's the first thing I think it is. It's like the dial test. The second thing is we constantly we're bombarded by negative images about our own group. Constantly bombarded with negative imagery. Media representations about our cultural values, the educational system, they perpetuate stereotypes and portrayals of certain people in certain ways. So that's how you begin to think about all of us. So you develop a skewed understanding of your own fucking demographic. But Baba Rawson live, what's cracking with you? What's good?
It's all good. Can you hear me, my brother?
I hear you, man. What's going on?
Well, it's all good. I just tuned in. I'm subscribed to your channel, and you're talking some real information. Because that's some of the people I be dealing with. People that can wake our people up, get them out of their foolishness and their ignorance and their hatred for each other. Yeah.
Well, hey, man, I can't really, all I can do is just let them see it. I'm like a mirror. I'm trying to expose so they can see it for what it is. Like every now and then you can't see yourself until somebody gives you a picture of what it is that you're doing. So, that's my job, I feel like, but I can't, I can take a horse of water, I can't make them drink. All I can do is just show them what they're doing. They think that they're unique, they think that they're different, they think that they're doing something different, but nah, you're really actually doing the same shit everybody else is doing.
And all that comes from programming and conditioning.
Yes, sir.
That's where it comes from. Because the culture we living in is not our culture. The language we speak is not our language. They took all that away when they came in and went to colonize and doing everything else that's not godly. Yeah, so that's the position we are in today. And we're the only ones who can get ourselves out of that position by deprogramming ourselves from the enemy and stop doing what the enemy do. Just like you said earlier in the live stream, we're doing the same thing they do.
Hey,
same thing.
All I'm saying is, like, what's different? If you're doing the same shit, you're pointing the finger at others for doing the exact same thing that you're doing. You're doing the same thing in a different way. That's all
right.
I'm saying.
And you made a great
in a different way.
you made a great analogy about the baby doll. You
Yes,
know,
sir. Yes,
that
sir.
shit been going on. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
creating self-hate into the minds of the young one. Because that's when you ask a question like that, you know, a child should be taught that, especially a black child, you're supposed to teach them who they are and they, you know, give them all the information to love themselves and not hate themselves.
But that was the goal. I mean, the goal was to get black folks to understand, you know, where they came from. I mean, you had many organizations from the Nation of Islam, 5%ers, the Nation of the Gods and the Earths, the Black Panthers. You know, you had the Black Nationalist Movement, the Harlem Renaissance, all these movements to try to teach black people who they are, where they come from, that they have innate, intrinsic value, and so on and so forth. And then we get to the point now where it's like, okay, we have no value at all.
Yeah, because they live in
We just a group of filthy, no good, nasty, dirty, cockroach niggas. That's how we talk about each other, man.
same way Mr. Charlie and Miss Becky talk about us.
That's how we talk about ourselves. And all I'm saying is, to what end? What's the end game with this? Now I can understand if you say, okay, there's certain aspects of our culture that we need to clean up, that we need to straighten out. We need to get some organization. We need to get some structure. You know, we need to get some mores and some values instilled and things of this nature. Okay, I can understand that. You know, or there, you know, there's certain aspects of our culture that we need to, you know, find a way to modify. I can see that without necessarily denigrating and condemning the people themselves to death. And then to promote, because when you basically say that niggas ain't shit and you black, then what are you giving sanction to white folks to do other than to delete us and to negate us?
Exactly. Other words, they doing, like I say about the programming and conditioning. When we say that, black people ain't this, all the gender wars, this, that, and the other, black man ain't nothing. The black women say, you know, the black man ain't nothing. The black man say the black woman ain't nothing. It's the same thing.
Now,
Same thing.
My thing has been this. Like, I say this. Men and women, whether they be black or white, red, brown, purple, yellow, whatever the fuck, if they straight, if they gay, whatever they are, every human being has the capacity to exhibit either virtue or vice. That's just my opinion on this. Like, I don't have any preconceived notions or presumptions about person's moral status based upon their sex. You know, like, I mean, in terms of if they're a man or a woman, I don't automatically say, well, men are violent because they're men and women are pure and innocent because they're women. I have the belief that everybody can commit acts of either virtue or vice, and it's a matter of character. Okay.
You see it, and you see it every day. You see it every day. You see, regardless of race, you see females deleting females, males deleting. You know, anybody can be. Anybody can be.
The one thing I won't do, Baba, is just say that black men or women are ontologically, by the very nature, there's something wrong with them. That's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that the circumstances in which they live and they're reared creates a great deal of dysfunction. The historical factors and the circumstances that go into the development of our character and our so-called quote-unquote culture, is a lot of dysfunction surrounding it. Okay, I'll say that, but I won't say that the people themselves are innately or intrinsically tainted. I won't say that. I'm not going to say that. That's taking it too far to me. But that's just my viewpoint. Complex Design. What's cracking, man? How you doing, bro?
That's a good analogy, though. That's right, because the condition we in, just like I said earlier when I came on to your channel, it's the programming and conditioning. It's how you was raised, the environment you was raised in, and the music, and this, you know, it just.
I
That's
just
what
refuse to believe that there's no way to turn the shit around, or that they're, you know, like we're condemned to be in the same position for eternity based upon our, you know, our nature. I don't believe that. I just don't believe it. Complex Design, what's cracking with you, man? You there?
I'm here, big bro. What's going on with you?
What's happening, man? What's going on?
Chilling. Peace to the elder here. Hey, how you doing, sir?
peace to you,
Uh,
my brother.
Word. Thank you. I want to ask a question, right? Now I'm listening to what you're asking, Gigi, and so I want to pose something here, for consumption here, and then I want to get your guys' take on this, right? When you say that we're condemned, or like there's this notion of this idea that we're kind of condemned to this, what did you say? This sort of
Dysfunction.
this cultural dysfunction, right? I posit to say that within our lifetimes, we've actually seen Ados black men, a group of them, get together and actually create a culture that impacted the entire globe, which even to today, it still stands, and you see imprints of it no matter where you go. And I call it hip hop culture. Now, at the time, at the onset of this culture, the tenets of it was all about peace, love, freedom, right, respect, and having fun, right? So I would say that we can point to a not too distant point in our past where what we saw was a need to create something that addressed what was immediately going on in our communities, right? Now, I'm not going to digress into the industrialization of rap music, right? I'm more or less speaking to a culture that was sprung out of things that were going on, right? And I would dare say that, you know, if we could somehow reintroduce ourselves to the mindset that we were in at that time, but let's just say we take a more commercialization or an industrialized approach, that would be something that could serve as a counterance to what you're talking about, this cultural dysfunction, right? We need to replace the dysfunction with a function, right? And I would say that with hip hop, the one failure that we had as black men was that we didn't secure its intellectual property, right? You see, so we have to learn from our failures.
Yeah, so you know, like one of the things, you know, that I think, you know, this brother brought up, man, Samada 66. He says the nation in Chicago, look at Chicago. And like what happened to, you know, like the kids in Chicago, because Chicago is a glaring example of dysfunction running rampant. Okay.
New Orleans too.
St. Louis.
New Orleans too. I live in New Orleans.
Hey, trust me. Hey, what ward you live in New Orleans?
I live in the Algiers section of New Orleans.
Okay,
on the West Bank.
Okay. So, because I used to live in New Orleans too, but I lived around, you know, I got family from New Orleans, so I used to live on Iberville and near Bienville Street.
That's right by the Iberville project.
Yeah. So you know, I lived because I went to school there. I went to Xavier University. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So so I lived there you know, New Orleans is my stomping grounds, man. Orleans Street before they tore the projects down. You know what I mean?
It look good around there now, though. They fixed all the projects was torn down and redone.
Yeah, I've seen it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I used to live on Canal Street too, right close to Carrollton. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, you know,
Carrollton, that's right by City Park.
Man, I almost got killed in New Orleans. You know what I'm saying?
What?
As a youngster. I'm 50 plus now.
I'm
52.
75.
Well, God bless you, man. You are the elder, you know what I'm saying?
I'll be 75 in June.
Got to give him a shout out, man.
Shout out.
Got to give him some respect, man, you know? But yeah, New Orleans is a place, man, if you're not from there, you stick out like a sore thumb. If you don't talk, because I mean, they have a certain dialect, they have a certain way of dressing, they have a certain way of walking.
Everything
is unique.
And then we got a culture. New Orleans got, you know, the Indians, and there's so much, you know, jazz music come from New Orleans, You know, they got New Orleans got a lot of culture.
Yeah, second line in the food.
Second line in the food.
And then you know, y'all was colonized by the French. You know what I'm saying? So like,
my last name is French, Delay.
Yeah, so you know, it's a lot different than like other parts of the country. You know what I'm saying? And y'all still got y'all got a different legal system. You got Napoleonic law and not necessarily common law. Y'all got a whole different culture going on in New Orleans. But the whole point is, before we lose focus, you know, like, Chicago is a glaring example of what happens when you take a group of people and you transplant them from one location and you bring them to a big city, and there's no cultural development or economic and social development within that city. Because there's a lot of people in Chicago. Okay?
Chicago got about 8 million people, right?
That's one of the largest cities in the United States.
It's the third largest city.
So what happens when you take a group of people and it used to be a major industrial hub?
A lot of people that live in Chicago and Detroit come from the South.
Oh yeah, well, most of us come from the South.
Right.
Even the people in California from the South. Okay?
A lot of them.
My parents from
the people
South,
from the
yeah.
Midwest are from the South. Okay,
Exactly.
Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama. You know, so
Tennessee,
Virginia. You know, stuff like that. You know, but the whole point is, what happens when you take a group of folks, you put them in an urban environment, and most of it, like the people in the South don't have the same kind of culture it's growing that way increasingly, but initially you didn't have the same kind of culture from black people in the South as you do from black people in the North. It's different.
Totally different. I agree with that.
So you're going from a place where families know each other. You know, like you go to one town to the next, everybody knows everybody, okay? So if your son doing some old ignorant stuff, guess what? You're going to hear from the neighbors about what he did. You understand?
And I'm a living example of that, because when I was coming up, anybody could whip your tail. If you was out there doing something you ain't had no business, Miss Green can whip your tail. If you go home and tell your mama or daddy, you're going to get two more whipping. It was different the way the people raised it. You know, they respected their elders, and you know, you didn't see what's going on now. When I was coming up, it was totally different. Yeah.
And then black people, when you take them, you transplant them away from where their roots are, and they stretch out, and they go to these larger cities. They basically, you know, they adopt what kind of value system? It's the value system of the folks that they surrounded by. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And so you took a group of people from one environment, they transplanted to another environment, and they were met with hostility when they moved. Like, we thought that like moving from the South to the Midwest and to the North and to the West would be like salvific. It would be like a kind of salvation type experience, like Moses exiting Egypt or whatever the case may be and finding a promised land. But what we found was we were corralled in the ghettos. This is just how it is. In Chicago, black folks were corralled into the South Side and ghettos on the South Side. Okay?
Yeah.
They were corralled in the housing projects. And, you know, even in New Orleans, they were corralled in the housing projects.
Sure was.
Okay?
And they got about 8 housing projects in New Orleans before the storm came.
Yeah, Katrina, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of evil stuff was going on, because that's the type of environment, you know, they were living in.
Well, one could argue that kind of environment where you got that many people who are impoverished living that close together, they're going to feed on themselves. Like these people, man, they have done research, sociological research on what these kind of conditions breed, right? And what kind of impact it's going to have on individual and collective behavior of the people in those kind of environments. Okay? That's why
the only thing it's going to breed is ignorance, killing, hate, envy, and jealousy.
Well, see, what they did was so the projects initially were created for white folks.
You got that right. You got that right.
They were initially created for white folks as temporary housing, not permanent, lifetime forms of residency. Okay, but temporary residency, and eventually, what the government ended up doing was subsidizing the suburbs, the establishment of suburbs all throughout America. So at first, all you had was inner cities, okay, and housing projects and stuff like that. So white people moved away from Appalachia and stuff like that, and they began to move because they had migrations as well. So they move away from their poverty and they moved to the projects, which was temporary for them. And then ultimately they got moved and subsidized into owning homes. So they built up a middle class off subsidizing white folks. But they didn't do the same for us.
Exactly.
Okay? They read like Tiger said, they redlined us. They had restrictive covenants. We couldn't get access to the loans. So they wrote us out of that.
That's right. And what you said about the housing projects was for white folks, that's true. Because when I was a little boy, and my daddy, he was a longshoreman. And during Christmas time, we'd go by his sister's house. And we used to ride through the project. And the project at that time, when I was about 8, 9 years old, I used to see nothing but white folks in them projects.
Right.
St. Thomas, the Florida, the Desire, they had mostly white folks. And like you said, they moved out and we moved in.
And that was the plan. The plan was for them to temporarily move in to these establishments. Then to get them out, first of all, when you get the influx of Negroes into the city anyway, they already figured, let the Negroes live in these housing complexes because they already knew the dysfunction and the problems associated with white folks living there. They already knew what was going to happen. They were like, okay, well, let the Negroes get this. And then we're going to subsidize these white folks and, basically give them loans. They gave them people loans cheaper than them renting houses in the projects, bro.
That's right. A lot of people don't even know the first people was getting food stamps with white people.
But that's the New Deal. That's the New Deal program.
Yeah, that was the part of the New Deal programs, right? It was social, it was basically these social programs, right? To take care of basic needs for all of the citizens. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop off. But I did want to just bring up I brought up the hip hop thing as in terms of the culture creation aspect, right? I think we have evidence in our lifetimes where we as Black men collectively created the type of culture that one not only had an economic component to it, but two had a global imprint behind it. So there's things that we need to take away from that with regards to addressing some of the I guess you could say cultural dysfunctions of the order of today, right? There's a lot of things we can extrapolate from things that we've already done, much like how we do in the past when we talk about, the ancestors and everything else in the past with regards to Black history and stuff like that. See, so if we could do it in the distant past, we can also do it in the not so distant past and extrapolate. The other thing that I did want to mention here, and just to kind of backtrack, the last point we were talking about here was about like migrations and stuff, right? See, oftentimes migration patterns follow industry. Oftentimes, right?
Yeah.
People go where there's jobs, right? And see, oftentimes when if there's like a large company that's deciding it's going to want to go and set up shop in some town in Illinois, Missouri, or wherever the case may be, right? And that this is a high tech company. They do engineering and they do all this kind of stuff. And see, so they're going to be bringing in skilled people that get paid a high salary. They're going to be paying into the infrastructure more taxes and all that kind of stuff. And if they're looking at a very affordable place to set up shop, that might be in a place where, guess what, there's Black people, right? You see, so then guess what we got to do? Remove them to bring clear up space for the people who are going to be coming in to be working and doing all that, right? So we got to understand that modern migration patterns typically follow employment opportunities. So that's something that we need to really take into consideration, because it was brought up that a lot of people from the South came up to the North, like in Chicago. My deceased wife, her grandparents, that's what they did. They left Louisiana and went up to Chicago. Why? Because there was work.
Right. You know what?
Yeah.
The only thing I can say is, you got to understand the context out of which the dysfunction actually grows. Okay. And instead of just stigmatizing and caricaturizing black folks, we have to have an alternative means by which to assess what's going on. Now, I mean, all I can say is we don't like it when we get scapegoated, but oftentimes we don't have a problem scapegoating other black folks in order to make ourselves look good in front of white people, or even in order to look good for women. And to me, that's not noble, man. As far as I'm concerned,
I mean, I would say no, you're right. Neither one is noble. I would say, but like particularly, they say like in these kind of like these black YouTube or social media spaces, it's done more so for the latter than the former. Or do you agree or disagree?
What you mean when you say the latter?
When you said because you said there was doing it for the approval of white folks, and then there's doing it for the female folk, right?
Right. So you're saying the latter, like people do it for
I think okay, in this space that we're talking about here, right? Largely when we addressing where a lot of brothers coalesce over here and stuff, I think it happens for the latter as opposed to the former.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But like at the end of the day, that's not getting men access to sex anyway.
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, think about it.
No,
like, I mean,
no.
How can you? To me, that's what I call dirty macking. It's like that Tupac shit. Like, can you get away?
Filthy macking, bro. Filthy macking.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, it's basically, I can do. It's like who's the young kid that came up with a song? I can love you better. All this kind of stuff. Let me love you. Can he give you all you want and need and all this kind of.
Yeah. Is your man doing this for you? That bullshit.
That kind of nonsense. That's booty chatter to me, man. It's like
I actually think it's a lot worse than that, gentlemen. Well, first and foremost, I just want to thank Gigi for your program. Once again, this is an amazing topic. I really appreciate you for doing what you do. Basically, I just wanted to say that I think it's worse than that. It's a ploy, just like black feminism. It is a ploy in order to get in the good graces of the folks who actually have the socioeconomic stratagems and know-how that actually created the environment in which we exist, i.e., white folks. So with that being said, like it's yes, part of it is a failed mating strategy, but the other part is, or I think most of the part would be the fact that they're just that bug dancing for cookies and crumbs. That's basically what it is. You feel me?
And look, I'll say this: if it's the case that black intersectional feminists are buck jumping and dancing for hog balls, chitlins, and pig feet, then how are you much better if you're doing the same thing?
The good old American tradition.
You're doing it in the same. You're doing it you're doing the same thing in a different way. I'm not trying to be, I'm Diogenes the centipede right now. I got a flashlight in the daylight, and I'm looking for an honest person. And look, I've already talked about the two features which make people do this. One, internalized depression or internalized inferiority. Number two, people are exposed to unflattering images about who they are as a group or a demographic. Then you got the desire, and I think you touched on the desire for acceptance. Mm-hmm. Some people denounce their own demographic as a way to gain acceptance from the majority group.
Yeah, that's 100% right.
Then you got ignorance. You got some people who just they have a lack of knowledge and understanding about their own culture or other people's cultures.
Wouldn't you say that that's more commonplace right there?
What, ignorance?
Yeah.
But you know, in this space in particular though, the black manosphere, I don't think there's necessarily a lack of ignorance, but there is to a certain extent. Okay.
What about culturally speaking? Like let's take it outside of the black manosphere. Let's talk black culture. What do you say? What say you about that?
I would say yes. There's a great deal of lack of ignorance in the black culture, man, at large. Okay. All right. But there's a lack of. There's a lack of. Not a lack of ignorance, but a lack. Well, put it this way. I think America's ignorant in general.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I'm saying white kids too, bro. Because I teach them, you know what I'm saying? Like I've come into contact with a lot of ignorant ass white kids, man. At the university, bro.
They got a lot of college students. If you put a map of the United States up there with no abbreviation and tell them to go find out where they stay at on that map, they couldn't find it.
You don't have to do that, Elder. You don't even have to do that, man. You watch some of these videos, and I think this is kind of what Gigi's kind of pointing to, where they'll interview college students where they stick a camera, Gigi, or like a camera phone in their face, and then ask them like something basic, like, how many amendments are in the Constitution? They'll ask them like
how many amendments are in the Bill of Rights or whatever the case.
They'll ask them like some real basic stuff. These are supposed to be college students, right? But then ask them something about, intersectional feminism or something, right? And they will go on a goddamn 15-minute ramble.
So if you ask them, like, name 2 Supreme Court justices, they won't say Scalia or Clarence Thomas. Like, if you ask them, who is the vice president of the United States, they wouldn't know it.
They don't know. They don't know.
And one could make the argument that based on their profession and what they're doing, like they don't necessarily have to know, but that's neither here nor there. The core problem.
You gotta know basic things like who you're.
I was just about to say that the core problem is the education system in which folks are. They're not being taught that because we don't value actually knowing about our past history and civics and engagement of that nature. Like you could see it throughout what's going on right now. You got whole states who are writing in their laws at the moment that are trying to rewrite American history as we know it. You see what I'm saying? That's the smoking gun for you right there. Like we don't value accurate history.
Well, isn't it known that history is always okay? Isn't Gigi, you're in academia, right? You see, so being part of what you do is being an historian here, and we know that narratives oftentimes are respun and retold. It's done through film. It's done through like reenactments. It's right. We see it even today, right? We see the shit today where they try to LGBTize Star Wars, for example, right? Try to add those sort of current social elements into something historically where it never existed. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. So even if we can point these out from, say, like an entertainment or like kind of like that, even social narrative right there, that would even point to that we even have some sort of savviness about this. See, so we should not continuously keep falling for the fucking hook all the time. And that speaks to the dysfunction. When you know better, you ought to do better.
Agreed.
Yeah. So this is how it works, right? Like the victors get to write the history.
Right.
The people who win, the people who are in the dominant hierarchical position, they get to tell the story of what happened. You know what I mean? Like the people who lose typically don't have the power to write the history, but unless they keep the history and the tradition going in an alternative kind of way. Now, that's one thing I can say about New Orleans that's unique, is they preserve history through an oral tradition.
It has not moved an inch.
But even them though, a lot of the young kids in New Orleans don't know their history though. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's like the Indians. You got how did that whole culture develop? Out of what context did, you know, the black Indians in New Orleans emerge? A lot of black kids in New Orleans couldn't tell you that. You know what I'm saying?
I couldn't tell you that. And I'm from New Orleans. We're born and raised in New Orleans from St. Bernard Projects. I couldn't even tell you that. You feel me? So there you go.
But you can tell me about Bally Boys, Jabot jeans, and Bally shoes. You know what I'm saying? Polo shirts and Jabot jeans. You know what I'm saying
about Jabot jeans?
Sir.
You can tell me about Gregory D and Manny Fresh, Buck Jump Time.
From the 99 2000, you know it.
99 to the 2000s.
You know, you tell me about how to do the beanie weenie and all that.
But you know, it's funny you say that. But Gigi, it's funny you say that, right? Because my pops is from Texas, by way of Louisiana, right? And so even out here, we do a lot of like Louisiana shit out here, right? I'm talking about in terms of my family, like, you know, fish on Fridays, you don't eat fish on Sundays, you know, black eyed peas on New Year's, and you know, all that type stuff, right? Like even me being in Cali, dude, we still practice that stuff, right? So it's interesting that you say that, dude, because, you know, like the whole Mardi Gras culture, and I get it, that's more of like a commercialization thing, dude. It brings a lot of tourism in. It's monetized. But see, the culture that you speak to the culture that you speak to that undergirds what Mardi Gras is about, that's the shit that's lost. And that, like, it's all that type of shit that you're talking about. Like, I agree with you.
Right.
I mean, signs now are showing that even that's corroding. You feel me? Like, like if history is. Oh, go ahead.
No. You said signs that's corroding. Were you talking about Mardi Gras?
Oh no. I'm talking about the oral tradition of passing on unique, Indo culture or whatnot. Even that's corroding, right? At the moment, you know, due to the fact that, you know, people in my generation, you know, millennials, we wouldn't, we none of that really passed on to us. And the ones that did, you know, were able to hold on to that culture. Unfortunately, we're not really having families like that no more. You feel me?
What you said, you said you're millennial? You're millennial?
Yep.
See, I'm a late Gen X. I think he's early.
Yeah, I'm an early Gen X
or
a late Gen X.
I'm late. So he's like my older brother was rest in peace to him. He was Gigi's age, right? So we kind of came up in that age where we Gigi, you can fill in the blanks for me on this. We fill in the gaps between, like, let's just say the old paradigm and the new paradigm. We came up when there wasn't internet, when there wasn't smartphones, when it wasn't all that kind of stuff. And then it was us who developed it, started the companies and brought it to the onset, and were the early adopters and the first users of it, right? So we've seen the transition of all of this, right?
Well, I'm here to tell you, like, that gap that y'all was filling in is now a giant ass chasm, because like millennials, we're not carrying on that tradition like you guys like did before us. Real talk.
That's the tragedy, because you know, basically, man, the technology has made people, man, disconnected. You know what I'm saying? They're supposed to bring us together. It brought us together in certain ways, but it disconnected us in other ways. But like, you know, my understanding of New Orleans history is predicated upon my understanding of French history, the fact that the French are Catholic. The fact that, you know, like Mardi Gras in and of itself is Fat Tuesday, which is the day before Lent. So, you know, like, okay, now let's get all of the sin out so we can go into Lent with a clear head and understand that for the next 40 days, we on some, like, you know, it's like, the Muslims doing Ramadan. It's a similar kind of process where you purge yourself of vices. You commit yourself to, okay, I'm not going to drink soda for Lent. Or I'm not going to eat candy for Lent. Or I'm not going to smoke no cigarettes for Lent. Or, you know, I'm not going to drink no alcohol for Lent. Or whatever the case. So it's about purging. You know what I'm saying? But, like, you got to understand the culture and the tradition. And But we don't do that no more. We, like the grown folks don't talk to the young folks. And that's why I'm glad I got Rashawn live here. You know what I'm saying? God bless the elder. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad that he's here. Because we don't talk, the elders don't talk to the youth no more. When they do, they go off on each other and they have all this animosity towards each other.
Well, we got about 70 years of knowledge on this panel. We got a Gen Xer, millennial. We got, I believe, sir is a baby boomer, right?
Boomer.
But we got so much distrust. One of the things that we have is, like right now, you got a group of young kids in Chicago, man. They have no connection to people who are boomers, Generation Xers, millennials, or anybody. They out here just trying to figure it out on their own. That's the one thing black folks, we got a terrible track record of. We don't pass on information so that you don't have to make the same mistakes I made. We just keep committing the same mistakes over and over and over because we don't have institutions in place or, ways of guarding each other from the same BS, man. It's like,
well, GG, bare minimum, would you say that this is what this space should serve as? Bare minimum, dude. Bare minimum.
But I get a game, man. Look, we give game on this. I try to give game to guys. I try to give information, bro. That's what I try to do.
Yeah, but you're one man, GG. Like as admirable as you are, you're only one person. What you're doing is supposed to be a sort of function of functioning institutions. But the ones that we did had at the time of, say the baby boomer era, got destroyed by numerous forces like COINTELPRO and CIA, intervention and all and getting co-opted by folks who want to be a part of the buck dancing brigade. Like all of those things, all of the institutions that we had functioning in our societies and neighborhoods essentially got absorbed into, well, for all intents and purposes, the status quo. So that's where we are now. We're in a position to where socioeconomically, the majority of working age black folks, I mean, we don't really own any assets or anything like that. And either we are waiting for, no disrespect, sir, either we're waiting for a baby boomer to die so they can pass that on to us, or we're just out here with nothing to our names. We're like a lion in a cage with our back against the wall. And you know what happens when you have multiple lions in a cage, hungry, with their backs against the wall. They turn on each other. One of them try to eat the other, and next thing you know, all hell break loose. So that's where we are right now.
Well, let me ask you a question. So if that's the case, if there's so many brothers like in this space, right, that have a multitude of skill sets, right? Like why? Let me ask you something. So why hasn't it occurred to the majority of us, or let's say a good portion of us, to then organize so that we can leverage said resources to address the issues, right? Like because here's the thing, right? Like there's this concept of like rugged individualism, right? Like you're gonna get out here and just conquer the world or something, when in all reality that's not exactly how it works. There's always the groups and networks of people, right? Groups that deal with other groups, and then they'll collectivize resources in that way because they understand that you can pool, like two people can lift up 300 pounds a lot easier than one person can, right? And then 3 people can lift it up even easier than 2, and so on and so forth, right? You see, so there's a numerical aspect to collectivization, right? And I'm just trying to figure out if what you could do, and I'm not trying to like charge you to anything or challenge you or anything. I'm just throwing this out here for as a question for you to consider, right, and answer. If you can run down all of that, why is it then that based on that you can't then say, okay, well, since that is the problem and that's the issue, then maybe we should do this, right? If that's the issue, then maybe we should do this. Because again, from my understanding and my time being around in this space here, there's a lot of brothers that have a lot of skill sets, there's a lot of brothers here. You know, we could network together and make some things happen. My business partner is someone that I met on YouTube, right? And this whole area here, and we've been rocking for 6 years, right? And we've got hell. Gigi, shout out to my big bro here. We did a one-on-one about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, right? And I just talked about it because I'm like, hey, look, dude, this space created that.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, we have resources here. That, you know, one of the things I say is, man, people miss out on opportunity because it's disguised as hard work. So the opportunity is there.
Say that again. Say that again, man. Say that again. God damn.
Yeah, sometimes people miss out on opportunity because it's disguised as hard work. But you know, one of the things about working hard is, man, the harder you work initially, the easier the work becomes over the, you know, the long haul. Like say, for example, you know, like I exercise. I know I'm 50, but you know, I still move because I don't want to decay. You know what I'm saying? So the whole point is, when you start off, it's going to be really hard if you haven't worked out in a while. You're going to be sore and all of this, but once you start working out, it becomes easier to do. It becomes part of your routine. It becomes part of who you are. So the whole point is you got to develop habits and practices.
Yes.
But the point is, black folks, man, we so caught up into individualism in America. That's a European cultural value. Where you can't tell me what to do. That's not an African or a diasporic tradition. Like, we didn't get through slavery by not leaning on each other. We wouldn't have been able to do it.
Yeah, you've been able to do it, man.
Well, there's no way we could have got through slavery.
We still being changed today, bro.
We wouldn't have got through Jim Crow without relying on each other and helping each other, hiding each other, moving each other from one spot to the next, or you know, giving them the wild goose chase as much as we possibly can.
Creating things like the Green Book, right? That we spread amongst our people. Say, hey, look, go here, take these routes here, right? You know, all this.
If we wouldn't have found a way to cooperate,
we have a track record of this.
If we wouldn't have cooperated, we'd have fell off a long time ago.
Man, we'd have been all long time ago, bro.
I mean, it's like you guys said, individualism in a capitalistic society breeds competition. And not just any competition, but rampant competition, unhealthy competition. And that's where we are now. We're competing against one another for those same crumbs off that table. Instead of working together, that's what's going on.
Versus, I'm sorry, Elder,
that's just like in nature. You little bit of ant. You don't see them divided. All of them work together. Everybody working together. Ain't nobody starving. Ain't nobody looking for no food. You know, and like the brothers say, that individual shit ain't no good. Not at all. The people in Haiti, when they was fighting the French and the Spanish and all them other Anglo-Saxons, they came together in unity back in 1800, whenever it was, and got their ass on out of there because they stood up together. A house divided cannot stand.
Yeah,
I'll tell you like this.
We find reasons to not unify. And I ain't saying that you got to have some sort of. I'm not saying that you got to have some romantic kumbaya. That's not the point, man. You know, but like white folks don't agree with each other on 100% of nothing. They don't. I mean, in fact, they fought to get this place. They fought with each other. Like
they fought over this motherfucker.
The French fought the English fought the Spanish. You know what I'm saying? The Spanish fought the French for who was going to control this landmass. Okay? They fought each other. But then they also collaborated and cooperated with each other.
Yeah, they did.
Okay? Now, I mean,
when it made sense to collaborate more so than fight, guess what they did?
They cooperated. Okay? In fact, at one time, poor white folks cooperated with black slaves. The indentured servants cooperated with black slaves. At one point, until, you know, the clever, planners in the South, in Virginia in particular, they found a way to put all that to bed. They was like, okay, we're going to create a division amongst blacks and whites forever to where they'll never be able to, you know, form a populist movement again. But at the end of the day, you know, the only thing I'm trying to say is, man, and that's why I say, you know, I know the title is provocative. It's kind of screwed up. I said some of you niggas starting to sound like bitches. And the reason I said it was,
well, did those guys ever did they ever come up?
No, not at all. But I mean,
They didn't. Okay, or go ahead. You got it.
which I understand. I get it, but like I understand why. But here's my idea, right? My idea is you don't like people talking bad about you as a demographic, but you want to put yourself in a higher class and say that you're cultured and that there's no problems associated with how you maneuver through the world. So you're a good nigger, okay? But the rest of us, like the rest of us, we're beneath you. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any hierarchies at all, and that we shouldn't condemn crime and malevolence. That's not the point. My point is that you have a group of people, man, who in this space and others elsewhere on YouTube, they'll say, or in social media in general, or in the black community in general, who will basically say niggas ain't shit, but white people, never hurt me at all. But niggas ain't shit. White people never hurt me at all. White people, I ain't got to worry about them. I got to worry about you niggas. And so the first thing I say is, look, man, I understand that crime is a problem in the black community, but there is a whole discipline called criminology. Let's look at some of the theories of why crime takes place. Right. Like, what are some of the precursors of crime? We know poverty is one of them.
Socio-economic conditions.
We know poverty
of which who created them.
We know that social ostracization and marginalization, the history of slavery, but then they say, well, that was so long ago. Well, shit, 60 years ago, this guy right here, Baba, he lived through segregation, man.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This man is alive. He's living. He lived through in the time frame when he probably couldn't go to the white water.
No, he said he's 75, man. My pops is the same age, man. Both of them was there.
And my father's 80, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So at the end of the day, the whole point is this, man. Like, look, we got some issues, man, but the last thing I'm gonna do is just say the black folks are totally backwards. I wanna see them dead. I wanna hasten, my distance and removal from these groups of persons. I believe that, these, how they had a phrase, niggas and flies I despise. The more I see niggas, the more I like flies. That's how some of us think, man. And to me,
I ain't never heard that one. God,
you ain't never heard that?
Hell no, man. I ain't never heard that.
Oh man, look, I heard that from. Yeah, that's a Southern phrase right there. Niggas and flies.
See, that's that shit we talking about. They don't pass that on.
I'm keeping it a buck, dude. Big bro, I ain't never heard that shit.
What that phrase was again?
Niggas and flies I despise. The more I see niggas, the more I like flies.
That's Louisiana. Wow. That's New Orleans shit.
Yeah, that's but my whole thing is, look, I'm not even like I might go in on black women. I'll go in on black men, but the one thing I won't do is say that there's something naturally off about us. I'll say that there's something conditionally off about us, but I won't say that there's something innately defective about who we are. I'm never going to admit that.
No, that go along with what I said earlier. Programming and conditioning. It's it's something that's been programmed into the psyche of a lot of our people's minds.
Yeah, so I'll never say that there's innate, a natural, or if to use a bigger, fancier word, ontological dysfunction. But some of us are caught into that. Like we hate each other, man, because we hate ourselves, and that's why I show, and I keep showing the shot of them children who are taking the dial test, because that shit resonates over time, man. Like if you're an adult and you thought this way since you were a child, and because you feel like there's something wrong with you. Because how can you not? Like when you look around, you see yourself in a substandard or a subservient position in comparison to white folks. You see it over and over again. The images you see on television are constantly, portraying black folks as criminals or like minstrels, like always playing the comic relief character or the sidekick or shucking and jiving. Or it's changing to some degree, okay? But I'm saying, let's don't put ourselves in that category, man. I can understand other people putting us in that category. But let's not put ourselves in that category, because what that does is that leads to the justification of our surveillance and our death.
Absolutely. And
Hey,
that's the point.
Gigi, I wanted to say to that, man, because I was just talking to my lady friend yesterday, right? And she said this to me yesterday. She was just like, I truly do believe that black men have superpowers, right? And I was just kind of like, she was just like talking about, me, her nephew, dudes that she knows, right? And I was like, that's interesting you say that, right? I think
Say that one more time. Say that. I missed the last part.
You fell off.
Yeah, he fell off. Yeah, I was about to say.
Say, my brother,
Yes.
the hell's about to get on out of here. But this was a beautiful, beautiful live stream. Because
say
these are
that
the type
again.
of live streams I like to be on with intelligent people. Some panels you go on there, men hooping and hollering and fussing like a bunch of women. I ain't got time for that kind of shit.
Hey man, you want
I
you
appreciate it, Elder. I
you down?
Yes,
appreciate it.
You're
sir.
welcome to come back anytime, my
I
brother
appreciate it, Elder.
Baba.
I appreciate it. I
Okay,
Much
thank you
appreciate it.
very
love,
much,
Bobby.
my brother.
Appreciate
Y'all
your
be
presence,
good
man.
now.
You
All
take
right.
You
care,
take
man.
care, Bobby.
Okay, peace and love.
All right.
Peace,
Peace.
love.
Much
All
Man,
right.
I'm
love.
glad he.
But Gigi, so she says this, right? And I'm like, well, this is kind of like a state of mind type of thing. And so I thought to think of that. Sorry, man, the wind's blowing a little bit here. I thought to think of that when you brought up the whole mind state type of thing, and with children who do that doll test, and they and they kind of do that selection. And it's like, well, what's behind that? I mean, where does that all start?
Well,
Does it
well,
start?
it starts.
Does it start postpartum? Does it start in the womb?
Man, now that's something. That's something to do some
I just
research
thought
on.
I can give you I can give you my take on it, my experience as being a father. But it was something to consider because the shit comes from somewhere, man. Especially if it's a kid, right? Like, what, dude? How does a child, dude? You ain't been there that long. You ain't been here that long. How do you process this already? What already gives you that inclination?
Well, like one thing that like I think that people in this culture tend to do too much is we tend to think that everything that people learn is learned through like language, like formal education. You know what I'm saying? Or that like our understanding of the environment comes purely through our intellect. And what I mean by intellect is our waking consciousness, like how we can sit back and go through steps of sequential logic in order to arrive at a conclusion. That's how we think that, that's how we perceive ourselves as being intellectual, okay? And how we know things. But I would argue that, like, man, there are other ways that we know things and ways that we pick up on things that are more intuitive than they are intentional. You understand
Right,
what I'm saying? And
right.
so,
And that honestly, that's a good error. That's a good inference point because the thing about it is, we got to understand there's part of our minds that we'll probably never understand as human beings. Like at this point in time, we, there's an unconscious mind that that does things, our body functions and everything. Like we can't 100% control that. So who knows? It might just very well be, information that we absorb from our environment. And if that's the case, then that just goes to show you how nefarious this shit is. You feel me? Like if we are acquiescing to our immediate environment unconsciously to a point to where that's a learned trait,
Hmm.
man, that's some deep shit. I swear to
Well,
God.
I would posit to say this, right? I would say it's already known how the mind works, right? This is the reason why somebody like an Elon Musk can create something like a Neuralink, for example, right? How to mind hack and using technological devices like Neuralink to solve, let's just say, physical ailments such as like paralysis, right? Where you're using an interface to patch in the neural pathways, right? So that we can then reestablish connection and feeling in all appendages, for example, right? You also have the onset of various other types of transhumanistic applications, i.e., Chat GPT or GPT-4, stuff like that, where now you've essentially achieved what's called artificial general intelligence, AGI, right, which is a type of artificial intelligence that mirrors or models humans, right? That would include that sort of subconscious thought process and things like that, right? And these are things that have been tested. Uh, testing these applications, asking these AIs questions and stuff like that, very human questions. And the way you're able to do that is because we've modeled this out, and so it kind of speaks to what Gigi was saying about environment. So think about it. If you understand how the mind works, if you understand psychology, if you understand all these things, then you can better create the type of conditions that you then get the outcomes if you're trying to manipulate a group of people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So one thing, look, let me just say this, right? We already know that social conditioning for children begins in the womb. It does. Like children they automatically begin to understand their parents' voices.
Mm-hmm.
And they're already they're cognitively developing within the womb, so that they start to recognize the voices of their parents. They start to understand like different changes in temperature. Like they are sentient beings with all of the kind of equipment that comes. I'm not totally. I mean, of course, they're in development, but they're in the nascent stages of developing all of the sensory stimuli. But most of the sensory stimuli that a human being who's actually postpartum can experience. So the sense of hearing, the sense of touch, they're already beginning to develop nervous systems so they could have fight and flight or like fear responses to stimuli and stuff like that. So they start to absorb information from their environment, man, at an early age. So beliefs, biases, cultural norms, all of these things, the understanding or capacity for language, all of these things are developing in a kid. You might not see them exhibit or display what they're learning until they're capable of doing so, like till about 1 or so. But like children are like sponges, man. They're absorbing everything that they're exposed to in their environment, right? So their biases on race, they start to emerge, man, like before they're 5, 6 years old, man.
Yeah.
What I'm saying? So and they can vary based upon like the child's upbringing, their exposure to different kinds of people and seeing different kinds of people interact in a healthy way, right? And based on their individual experiences, right? Personal experiences. But what children do is they categorize things. That's one of the mental processes that children engage in. And I know that people want to get like this new woke culture wants to do away with categories and shit. They want fluidity.
Fluidity, yes.
That's not how children operate, man. Like that's not how children initially operate, bro. That's kids have to be able to categorize things, right? To make sense of the world, they have to understand why blue is different from red, or why white is different from black, or why up is different from down, or why hot is different from cold.
Things that can be firmly be definitive are not subjective, dude. And this is like what bugs me about raising a child. And my wife was an educator, bro. So everything that you're saying, bro, is like spot on, right? Like even the things like so for example, even like in utero, the child is connected to the mother via the umbilical cord, right? So even like sensory perception stuff the mother feels, the baby feels, because let's just say, if a stressful environment happens and adrenaline kicks in, guess what? The baby gets a kick of that adrenaline too.
Of course,
right?
of course.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But yo, fellas, I just wanted to say I'm about to roll. It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me, GG, and much love and respect to y'all. Y'all be cool.
All right, peace out, bro. Be good, man. So, look, I'm going to say that also, kids don't just categorize, they imitate. So, that's how they learn language. Like, kids learn how to talk, walk, everything by looking and imitating, right? So, they look at everybody around them, their parents, the people who take care of them at daycare and all of this, their friends, they imitate. That's what kids do. And they can take in bias and stereotypes from the people that they're surrounded by. That's just, they can't help but do it. So if you got a jacked up, angry, racist individual around you, you know what I'm saying, constantly, browbeating on you and, superimposing their value system on you, how can you not develop those kind of ideals yourself? So, look, I got a picture. Let me see if I can find this picture. Hating ass white women, right? And I got a picture. Let me make myself a little bit bigger here. And I'm gonna let Rael speak after this. But tell me, how is this child here supposed to be able to? Let me find a picture. How is this little girl here, man, supposed to escape being a racist, bro? How? How in the fuck is that little girl?
She's destined to be one, bro. It's like she's raised to be one.
How is she supposed to not be a little hating ass little white woman, man? How?
Wow.
So this shit is deep, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
But we don't want our kids to learn what I don't want my fucking daughter to grow up with the mindset of that little white fucking girl with that bottle there. No. I don't want to have my daughter think the same shit about other black people the way that fucking little white child there thinks about.
Exactly.
And that's my issue. I'm not saying that we can't critique black folks. We can do that. But there's one level of critique I'm not willing to go to, and that's innate inferiority and natural, subordination. I'm not going there. Natural or innate inferiority is not a place I'm willing to go, man.
Well. The very real concept, and I'm gonna let my brother Rael get in. The very real concept, right, of free will and all humans possessing it would suggest that that's not the case, right? See, so we have to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, right? What we have to do is just kind of say, hey, listen, that's not the move, i.e. the critiquing that you were just speaking to, right? Everybody has that ability or that, or can possess that impetus, right, to improve their life standards, right? Just like all of us do, we all try to do it on a daily basis, right? We don't ever aspire to try to be stuck or go below where we've been, right? We're always trying to go above. That's just sort of like a natural thing, right? So I go with the assumption that everybody's got that shit. It's just like, hey, look, if you want to use it, use it. You don't, that's your decision.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna do the innate. You're innately, you innate. What was that you said? You innately don't have the ability or the capability. I'm not going with that shit. No.
That's where I drop off at, man. We can talk about culture.
We're not doing that. No.
We can talk about I'm even willing to I've been doing shows, man, for the past 3 to 4 months, man, on the ghetto. Hardly anybody stops by to watch the shit because it's not sensational. It ain't a bunch of Negroes bitching about women and shit. You know what I'm saying? So motherfuckers don't really, come and chime in on that. And I understand it. I get it. But my whole idea is, okay, we're going to have a conversation about the ghetto. Let's study it from, an objective and impartial perspective and try to get some sort of understanding of what are the social and political policies and conditions which gave birth or gave rise to the environment that these black kids are being reared in to begin with, socially, economically, morally, familially, institutionally, what are they dealing with? You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to talk about personal. I get, man, motherfuckers want to tell their personal Horatio Alger stories and shit. I'm Rocky. I'm like Jay-Z, nigga. I came from Marcy, and, I got over, son. For every one Jay-Z, it's about 100 motherfuckers who didn't make it, man. And niggas in Sing Sing or some shit.
Hey,
You know
yo,
what I'm saying?
Gigi, may I ask you a question, bro? I don't
Which one?
think like the brothers in the ghetto is really not online. Like I really think that it's more guys who complain online more than anything else. I got more beef online than I got more beef in my real life. The dudes in the ghetto are not really complaining about the fight of a woman having women's complaints. They out there really getting it, really surviving, really trying to thrive to do better. But once you come online, you got dudes talking about burn the community, kill people. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing threats on Austin Holloman. He only 23, 24 years old, and there's grown men talking about that he should die. This because he went to another country and things ain't turned out right. You feel
Yeah,
me?
yeah. I
So
get
who's
you.
the real bitches and who's the real foe? Like who's the bitches? Because I don't hear names.
Yeah,
Like that's
look.
some bitch ass shit when you want a 23-year-old dude who's going to another country for the first time in his life, trying to do something positive, and there's grown men in his chat telling him that he should die, bro.
Yeah, that's to me. That's just that is some bitch shit. You know, like my whole thing is this, bro. Like you said, man. I have been on beef, in beef on the streets. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't gonna say it ain't never occurred or never happened, but some of the beef that these Negroes drum up here, man, be over some superficial bullshit. And look, I will take disrespect. I'll tolerate it for a minute, up until the point where I feel like, okay, you done took it too far. Like you don't win. You went in on me more than once. I'll try to be like, I'll defer. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, because really, I already know the phenomena of what happens when black men get into disagreements. The shit can be deadly. Okay, so I try to say, okay, let me defer, man, or let me just try to be amicable, or let me try to side, push this so-called disagreement or whatever to the periphery. Let me ignore it, or let me not engage. Okay. But damn, man, motherfuckers, like if you keep engaging me, at some point I'm gonna be like, man, nigga, fuck all this, nigga. Let's get to the gangster shit then.
Right, yo, but these are the same dudes who make well over 200 and something $1,000 a year, still talking about hang this dude, kill him, put him on a cross. You know what I'm saying?
Now that's to me,
But
that's some. But which guys are doing this? From what sector of the internet are these
MOT,
guys?
MOT said that shit. MOT said that shit. He wished death on Austin Holloman. That's facts.
Yeah,
The
that to
fucking
me.
clip should still be up. It's still up. And this dude on the panel is one of his archetypes. The dude with the glasses right here. That nigga be on
What
this panel.
I'm
What is
on, man.
MOT's end game
I'm
though?
on, man. Wait, hold on. I'm on, man.
Man, his end game is kill the community, fuck everybody. He want to see Austin Holloman die. I don't know if he's doing it for shock value or he's dead ass serious.
I
You
don't
really
know either.
can't tell with
Hey,
black folks, because black folks can't be
I'm on, man,
animated.
bro. Hey, I'm
He
on, man.
said it.
You don't come up on no panel and speak to me. I'm
Man,
on.
I go anywhere, do what I do, boy. I've been
I'll tell
doing
you right
this.
now.
I've been doing this. Hey,
Bro, you
yo,
handle
go to my
you,
old videos, yo, with Auntie, yo. I'm the purge, and I'm not trying to disrespect GG panel
you're
because
doing
I
it right
use
now.
GG talking points. I use
You're
shit. I
doing it right
use
now.
about 70-80% of his talking points.
So
You don't
And I'm
say
let me
friends,
say, hey,
and
let
I'm
me
friends with
hey, look,
and
let
I'm
me
friends.
stop.
If you
Hey,
got a
look,
problem with
hold
MOT,
on.
go
Let me just
see
say
MOT.
this.
Don't do that shit.
Go see MOT.
So let me stop this
Man,
right here.
listen, man.
Let me
I
stop
Oh,
this
you
got
right
don't
here.
got a
Dr.
problem. Oh,
Curry
you
Yo,
don't
book
got
yo,
a
called
yo,
the
problem.
yo,
Man
yo.
Not.
Let me
Go see him,
let me
nigga.
mute. Let me mute.
You
Let me
got a
mute.
problem? Go see him.
Yeah. Let me. So look. Let me just say this, right? Before anything gets out of hand, I muted both of y'all. But like my whole thing is this. I done had issues with MOT, but I'm not gonna like poke the bear with MOT any further than what, because the last interaction we had was pretty peaceful. It wasn't on no bullshit. So if he don't start no bullshit or say anything derogatory about me, I'm gonna dead that shit and keep pushing. Because I really don't want us to wish no death on no black man, for real. I want to see men thrive and be able to function and flourish in this American environment. That's what I want to see. And I understand there's going to be disagreements amongst men. There's going to be squabbles and shit like that. I just hope that we can, resolve whatever conflicts we do have amicably or we could just ignore each other, or you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, like every man is his own man. Now I'm not saying that everybody speaks for themselves in this space. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not gonna hold you accountable for some shit your boy said. Because I'm gonna tell you, one of the last, I was in New Orleans, as a matter of fact. Okay, and I'm hanging around with a motherfucker I'm online with. I'm like we are in an interest group, the pledge of fraternity and shit. So we had a party, the house party, right? At his house. I'm the DJ. Okay, I've been DJing parties in New Orleans at the time for like maybe 3 or 4 years. So this dude come up to try to come into the party. My guy basically curses him out and says, man, I hate your brother, nigga. Fuck you and your brother. Your brother tried to, because his brother fucked this girl. Now, first of all, I'm like, I told him, I was like, hey, man, first of all, I told my partner there, I was like, look, dog, that's some bitch shit from the beginning. You hate the nigga that fucked your girl because she had her legs open willingly? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, to make a long story short, that dude came back to that party, man. If Gregory D was at the party, okay, in case all you New Orleans niggas out there, Gregory D was at the party. So at the time, that was his partner. Ryan, nigga from Dallas, Texas, was his partner, okay? So them niggas was hanging with each other and shit like that. Well, I don't know how they hooked up or whatever reason it was that they hooked up, but they was cool and tight like that. But the point is, that nigga was from Chicago, man. He came back, young nigga from Chicago. He was a freshman. He came back to that party and shot that motherfucker up, man.
Hey.
And my little brothers was there from Chicago too. Okay? Joe was there and my little brother Aaron was there. They came back to that party and shot that motherfucker, shot all through up and through the house. I'm ducking my little brothers behind the motherfucking sofa and shit, telling them to keep their heads down, all because this motherfucker was hating on another man for somebody fucking his girlfriend. So my whole thing is don't hold another man responsible for what another man did or said. No disrespect. I get the brother's point though. Because my point is pretty much his point to a certain extent. Like, it's one thing for us to condemn the actions of certain people and to say that I don't like those actions. Here are the reasons why I don't like those actions. It's another thing to start wishing death on motherfuckers, bro. I don't wish death.
But like you said too, you can't hold. I'm not gonna like if somebody says something and you didn't say it, I'm not gonna hold you accountable for something that somebody else said.
Right.
And what I'm saying is like, don't come here and charge people that didn't say that kind of shit. Because see, I'm gonna tell you right now. No, well, hold on, dude, I ain't done.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Wait, we're gonna let Rael get in too, man, because he's been here, he's been patient. But what I'm saying is that I done chopped with Gigi offline, dude. So that's why it's kind of like I don't like the fact that it's sort of like, yeah, well, this guy here, and I'm like, well, wait,
yeah, but every man can speak for themselves. Just like you said, Rollo, Rollo got to speak. That man could have spoke up. That man could have spoke up for himself. I'm from New York, bro. Every man got to be held accountable in these spaces. I've been here since 2016, bro. So I heard everything in these spaces. I bought books. I bought books in these spaces. I supported.
Take it up with him. Take it up with him.
The freaking man not. Yo, he won't see me, bro. So I'm gonna do it wherever I go. And you can't hold me to anything. You're not Jesus, bro. You're not my predecessor. If I feel like talking about anything, I can and I will, because you dudes don't go to white platforms and have the same smoke for them. Tell them, take it up with this, take it up with that. You feel me? A black man don't gotta hold nothing. I'm not half of a man. I'm a full man. Anybody who I want to talk about, I'm gonna say what I want. And then if the smoke come back, it come back.
What do you want right now, dog?
That's just what it is. I don't want nothing from none of you niggas. I just want to get my voice heard, and I'm doing it right now. And I'm doing it right now.
What the
All
fuck?
my
You
predecessors been speaking. All my predecessors been speaking before me, and then they gonna do it after me. All my predecessors been speaking for me and dying and putting their life on the line.
That's not
What
how
is
it
you
is.
talking about,
You say
buzzer?
your piece and
What
then
is
you
you
go
talking
and
about?
respond.
Can't stand
You
these
just
type
going
of niggas,
on and
man.
on
Run
and
your
on and on
fucking
and on.
mouth.
It's
You just
time.
Who is
droning,
you to
bitch.
hold me? Who is you to mute me though? Who is you to
I
mute me?
muted
My
you, bro.
voice
I
gonna get
muted you,
heard
bro. I muted
regardless
you,
of the
bro.
fact, bro.
Look.
Who is you
Hey,
to mute me?
Hey,
Who is you to keep going
let's
on and
not
on
get
and
the
on and on?
let's not get the
Man, come on,
conversation.
man.
You ain't
Look,
nobody to mute me, mama nigga. My voice gonna get heard whether you like it
Nobody
or
here
not.
tried to
It
mute
just
you.
is what it is.
Gigi gave you the chance to speak.
I support spaces, bro.
Gigi gave
Go
you the
check
chance
it
to
out.
speak. Who muted you? Nobody muted you.
No, he's trying to
Nobody
mute
muted
my
you, bro.
voice. He's trying
No,
to
he
mute
is
my
trying to
voice,
mute your
telling me what
voice.
I
That's
can
what
do
he
and
did.
what I
Oh,
can
He's
do,
not trying to
like
mute
he's
your
trying to
voice.
be a
He said
judge.
don't come
He's
up
not
here
a judge
and
of
do
these
this type of
spaces.
stuff.
You
okay,
bugging
so
out.
look. One thing, we done had enough chaos no more
for real.
chaos, no more yelling, none of that shit. It's done.
Nah,
That shit
I'm
is
just
dead.
letting.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm
I'm
not with
saying
ggas.
right the fuck now. I'm Gigi. I run this motherfucker. I'm the
No
big chief
doubt,
in this.
bro.
I'm the big chief firewater chopper tuna motherfucker in this bitch. All right.
Yes,
So
sir. Yes, sir.
all I'm saying is, we gonna calm the fuck down, and we gonna move forward with some motherfucking ordered, well-ordered energy.
There we
That's
go.
what we doing from now on in. Ain't no motherfucking going back and forth, arguing and bickering and none of that shit. Okay? So, okay, look. Here it is. Rael, speak your piece. Speak what you was going to speak before the brother came. And I understand his point, though, because my point is, I get his point, but he's you're a little antagonistic in the way that you articulated, and you did attach somebody to a whole movement and a whole, thought process that maybe that person is not part of because you've seen him have conversations with him before. That's guilt by association. And I get it, but at the same time, I've been having peaceful grooves with this brother. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't never heard him say he want black folks dead. He just confirmed on the show at this point, like he's saying that, if you listen, he's saying, hey, look, man, I don't think that it's right to say that black folks are innately inferior and need to be eradicated or deleted. He said he's been saying he ain't going there. So we can't attribute that kind of positionality to this brother right here. I'm not gonna do
that what MLT actually said?
Yeah, all you gotta do is go to Baller X 2.0. All you gotta do is go to Baller X 2.0. You know what I'm saying? And go watch.
Look.
He said it
All
verbatim.
I'm gonna say is, look, I've been
No,
having. I'm not gonna bring this individual up. Like I get it, I understand, your frustration with that kind of thought process in general.
Yeah,
I think it's toxic. Personally, I think that kind of thinking is toxic, and it's based upon all of the things that I mentioned earlier. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to say, hey, look, I don't like where we are now. I think we can do better than what we're doing now. But it's another thing to, internalize oppression. It's, to exhibit desire for acceptance to the point where you'll wish death on your own demographic, or that you've been exposed to so much biased information that you would believe the shit, or that you suffer from a lack of ignorance, or that you have personal psychological factors going on and cognitive biases where you've had negative experiences, personal experiences with other people from your own demographic. Okay? Now look, in New Orleans, I done been shot at, nigga. Wait a minute, I'm just saying, but I'm not gonna hate every black man from fucking New Orleans. I'm not about to do that shit. I'm serious, I done been through some fucked up shit by black men.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna say on that account, I don't fuck with all black men. I don't fuck with none of them. I wanna see them dead. I'm not gonna say that. To me, that's fucking clown shit. Based on my personal experience with a subset of the entire demographic. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have a problem with conflict, resolution and things of this nature, but goddamn, bro, my whole thing is we need to find a way to resolve our differences quick instead of learning how to delete each other or wishing that we are eradicated from the face of the fucking earth. That to me, when you wish your own annihilation, that's suicidal.
But that's because they don't see themselves as part of it.
Well,
I wouldn't even say they would
like,
wishing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I get the point. I understand it perfectly. I get it. Like the whole it's just like the children I showed, who've internalized their own inferiority. Now I'm not saying it. I don't know if this like the brother said. I don't know if this is like a clout tactic or sensationalism in order to get views but I can understand the frustration with black folks at times.
Hey yo, GG man, I got a small. I'm not like that. All you gotta do is just look around, right? Even in this photo.
I'm not talking about you when I say sensationalism. I'm not talking about you.
Okay.
I'm talking about
I'm just saying back then they ain't have phones.
Don't get me twisted. I'm talking about the disposition that you want to see niggas dead.
Right.
I don't have that kind. I'm just going off. All I'm trying to articulate is I can understand black people being frustrated with black folks in the context of the environment is toxic, and sometimes we are crabs in a barrel, and we fucking end up preying on each other like animals in the cage, like the brother talked about. I think it was the brother Typhoon who came on and had a long drawn out conversation about like what happens when you have people who are pitted against each other, who have to be pitted against each other because we got scarce resources. Or we've been reared in environments where we have been told that we're substandard human beings, or that we're not even human at all. We're more animal than human, okay? Now, my whole thing is, look, I'm like Rakim, man, fuck that shit. We couldn't see because your minds was trapped. But I'm here to break away the chains, take away the pains, remake the brains, reveal my name. I'm here to do some. I'm trying to do something different, man. Like I understand being frustrated with black folks. I get it, but it's one thing to throw niggas under the bus for the sake of bigging yourself up. That's a whole different paradigm, and to me, I don't roll with that. That's not something I roll with, bro. Now,
GG, no one here was. See, here's the thing, right? I think there was a point that Rael had long before all this, right? And no one here was saying that, dog.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying. We got so derailed. That's why I was like, yo, dead that, man. You got an issue. Take that shit up with the cat who said it, bro. Like, keep it pushing, bro. Go ahead, Rael.
Hey yo, fam, man. In this picture right here, right? The picture that we showing, you know what I'm saying? They ain't have cell phones back then. Like, they actually had to witness the crucifixion of black folks, you know what I'm saying, every day, going to school, going outside, going to the playground. They was getting bullied, going to they had to see that. But now we got cell phones. Bro. Now we got cell phones when people, our own kind of people, saying the same thing that the white man saying. So he's nothing. So some people in these spaces, it's nothing but a white man in a suit. You know what I'm saying? An angry man coined it. He said the zoot suit motherfuckers, the zoot suit dudes are like some of the racist white folks or even the white man who we used to see every fucking day. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about me, bro. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than me.
Okay, man. Look, you're welcome, man. Like me and you, like we need to have another. We need to have another groove on another day about that subject. But Rael, man, go ahead and speak, man. Holler at us, bro.
Thank you.
I think and this is something that's relegated to the world of men. There is a difference between group dynamics and brotherhood. Brotherhood is a completely different entity within itself because of what it demands from the men in that collective. Group dynamics are not going to do what collective brotherhoods are going to do. There's going to be a different standard. There's going to be a willingness to accept hierarchy. not because hierarchy in that capacity means you're lower than somebody. It means that whatever you do within that collective will be valued just as much as the next man. But within that collective, there's an understanding of when that collective of men choose a leader to lead the group, there's not going to be any backbiting because the consensus of the men chose this particular figure. And so brotherhood within itself is just a completely different entity. And I think that when we talk about this black collective dynamic, we get the two mixed up. Because the brotherhood aspect is meant to help propel the collective group forward. There are going to be some men who are not capable to be in that collective of men as far as a brotherhood. That is a fact. Just because you exist does not mean you belong. And I think that in our group, we have spent too many years trying to save a collective instead of forming a brotherhood first.
Look, I get that. I can understand that perfectly well.
Hold on. And so my point is, when we're having these topics, a lot of dudes are approaching this particular type of conversation from the wrong vantage point. They don't understand what takes place in a brotherhood. They think it's an all-inclusionary process. No, it's not. By definition, brotherhood is exclusive. And if you don't have the mindset to be a part of a brotherhood, you can sit here and talk Black people collective all day long. If men don't buy into a concept of brotherhood, there is no collective, because there are men who do not approach brotherhood with the mentality that they need to actually ensure that the collective actually exists.
Okay, so look, let me say this, man. Look, I'm a member of several organizations where brotherhood is the main focus. Okay, I mean the fraternity. Some people call it the boule. Whatever, bro. It is what it is. I mean,
fraternity.
Right. I'm a Mason and I'm in Omega Psi Phi. So, look, I know what brotherhood is. Like, I know how people conduct organizational hierarchy through institutions. Like, we have offices and positions. And of course, they're rotating. Different people hold them at different times. But, like, if there are no offices or positions, then how you going to have order? Like, what we use in order to conduct meetings is Robert rules and shit. Like, I mean, it's simple shit.
Well, Gigi, I think that was kind of one of the points that Rael was actually making, right? Is that we don't place any kind of importance on that, right? Because look, those institutions that you just spoke about, don't they have a heightened level of order to them, don't they? They've been around for quite a long time.
They do have selection processes, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah.
But however, this is also what I'll say, okay? These organizations are also committed to community development, whether you believe it or not. Because a lot of people will say, what the fuck do you all do for the community? And I'll say, well, there's a lot. One can argue that some of the initiatives are outdated because they haven't been kind of updated, just like software needs to be updated periodically in order to deal with the architecture of the web or, like different applications and different other software and their updates. So it's like a cumulative process. But, at the end of the day, man, you gotta understand, man, like, brothers are doing like literacy development amongst Black folks, and Black men have a problem with literacy. Okay?
Yes.
Blood drives, blood work, like making sure that people, have access to blood transfusions if they need them, shit like that. Voter registration, like talent searches in order to make sure the kids get access to college scholarships and shit. Like,
civic services. Yeah, like that's That's what those organizations, the cornerstone of them is that. Yeah, absolutely.
So you know, I mean, people call me Boule or whatever the case may be, but I mean,
well, that's why I didn't want you to do that, right? Because
but look, at
we're
the
trying
end
to
of the
remove
day,
the mysticism, right? Aren't we trying to remove the mysticism for all this and then kind of put it out here for what it is? Put it on the wood, right?
All I can say is, man, is this, man. Look, a lot of motherfuckers, you know, like all of this, you know, like Illuminati shit. Come on, man.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
We need to cut that bullshit out, bro. Like, one thing I know is I'm still a nigga in America, man. Whether I'm a member of these organizations or not. Like, even if I'm in these organizations, man, I'm still susceptible to the same kind of vulnerability that any other black man is.
That's the mysticism I'm talking about.
Hold on, until somebody can prove you took a check to sell black people out, that shit is moot.
It's moot.
Well, they don't have to
People
prove
can prove that.
They don't have to.
That's typically the typical response from a lot of black people when you just say some shit that they don't like. They want to hit you with the sellout card. So unless somebody can prove you took a check to sell out black people,
yeah, I want to hear it.
Just move. I don't get that shit.
I want to hear it.
So at the end of the day, man, look, personally, I'm not in the position to sell nobody out. Just to be honest, like, I mean,
that's the point I wanted to make.
Well, there you go, right there.
That's the point I wanted to make.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I'm not in any position to sell anybody out. Okay. So let me just make something clear. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I love black folks, man. Even when they fuck up, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I believe in forgiveness. I believe in redemption. And I believe that no human beings are perfect. Maybe it's my Catholic or Christian upbringing, whatever the case may be. Okay. But I believe that human beings are redeemable and can develop virtue over time, given the right conditions. That's just my opinion, man. I believe that, you know, we all need help here and there. I believe that none of us are perfect, but we should strive to become better over time. I believe that we shouldn't be in competition with other people as much as in competition with ourselves to improve who we are on our own terms. And maybe we can reach the stars if we try to become better than ourselves, as opposed to trying to keep looking and showing envy and contempt at others right next to us. Okay? That's my opinion. Okay? But at the end of the day, look, I understand that sometimes it's easy to demonize and to stigmatize the people who are right next to you.
Mm-hmm. Gigi, can I ask you a question?
And I was raised as a Catholic. I went to Catholic school, bro. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't believe in fucking little boys or priests fucking little boys in the ass. Come on, man.
Yo, come on, man.
We gotta be sincere about this shit, man.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Like,
we all could agree on that one, though. Like, nah, that's not cool.
But it's not like I'm like in agreement with that shit or think that that's okay, man.
No, Gigi, but it's the fact that you would. Because dude, my stepmom's Catholic, bro. You think about.
Nah, yo, listen to Gigi, man.
The same can be said of niggas in the church, in the Baptist, Methodist, Episcopalian church.
Thank you, bro.
The same can be said of the weird shit that takes place in some of the households in Black America. Like, it ain't like men ain't doing no freaky shit or women ain't doing no weird ass freaky shit in our households, man.
Yeah, weirdo shit is weirdo shit.
That's a fact. Yo. One thing about GG, yo, he always been thorough with his content. He always been raw with it. You know what I'm saying? No holds barred. That's why I love him. You know what I'm saying? And he got the illest wordplay in these spaces besides Dr. Tia Son Johnson, man.
Well, he got me beat, man. He's more eloquent. Man.
It's like, but you know how to speak to the people. Both of y'all know how to speak to the people, though. I ain't gonna cap.
But you know, I'm more rough around the edges. You know, per se.
Man, for sure.
But look, at the end of the day, all I know is, man, look, I'm not going to denounce my own demographic and say that my own demographic is not worthy of repair, remediation, and restitution, reparation. I'm not going to say that my own demographic is irredeemable. I'm not going to do that, man.
Right.
I'm not, like, I don't care, like, what you did, I mean, now if you fucking molesting kids and shit like that, that's a whole different story. Okay. But like for the most of the shit that's going on in the black community, I think redemption is a possibility and a potentiality. Okay.
And I think it's closer. I think it's closer than people realize, bro. I'll keep it a buck with you.
But like, at the end of the day, man, look, I love black folks, man. Even like even black women, man. Like I don't want to see them do bad. I just want to see them think better and have a better understanding and assessment of what's actually going on in our neighborhoods and not try to scapegoat a segment of the population in order to position themselves closer to whiteness. If that is my main critique of the shit that they're doing, then why would you think I allow the same sort of fucking activity to take place modally different? I mean, it's the same, but it's modally different. You're doing the same shit that these women are doing, but then, you know, you act as if somehow your hands are clean. You're doing the same shit that they're doing. You're scapegoating in the same manner in which they're doing. That's why I did the show, okay? I developed the show and said, look, here's what intersectional feminists and black feminists have done and justified doing. Throwing us under the bus in order to, you know, share in the accoutrements that were granted to women, white women in particular, after they hijacked the civil rights movement, okay?
Right.
So you're able to dovetail them to some degree. You're able to share in, even in an attenuated way, with whatever boons were granted from the 64 Civil Rights Act. Whereas black men, you know, like, we got fucking prisons and shit like that. I mean, this is what we got, okay? So what I'm saying is, don't throw us under the bus in order to justify your positionality in a white space. You don't have to do that. It's just that's not pro-black. But then they present it as if it is pro-black.
Because these people are not pro-black.
But they present themselves as if they are pro-black.
That's what he's saying. He's like, don't fake the funk.
And then also what I'm saying is, if you are a black man, I understand that you're frustrated with how you get treated in this world. And I understand that the world has a negative and a deprecating way of characterizing and stereotyping who you are. But don't become so hermetically and epistemologically challenged, meaning don't buy into the fuckery that they selling. Don't allow yourself to get charmed by the snake, you know, the snake oil salesman. Because they'll sell you the whole myth that niggas ain't shit. And then you'll come to believe exactly what it is that they've said in the same way that Carter G. Woodson said, and he's a member of my fraternity, by the way, created Black History Week or Negro History Week, which eventually became Black History Month, okay? So, but the whole point is, don't carve out back doors for yourself when they've been removed from you. Don't perpetuate white people's stereotypes about who black people are, whether locally, provincially, or abroad. Okay, so, and I'm gonna talk on, like, a lot of people are like slamming me for being pro-black, like, as opposed to what? What I'm supposed to be pro-white?
Well, Gigi, like, can I get in? Because I've been patiently waiting. And
Vector, go ahead, man. I held you out.
You guys you gotta excuse me if I had a cognizant thought process before I came on, but now you guys kind of dumped some stuff on me, so it might be a little disjointed. But I think where it comes in is, you know, for a long time I was part of a Pan-African group. And of course, you know, I spent about 8.5 years on the African continent. But I think what's happening is that all of this kind of comes down to identity. What we're starting to see, where we don't have is, I wish I had been able to speak up while we had the OG on, but what we don't have in modern times is the agenda that our elders and ancestors had based off of pain. We don't have the centralized pain that caused us to have a binding trait to be a communal people. We've gone from the hot pot to the low boil, and now the greater society can say, okay, your pain isn't that great. We can redefine blackness into people of color, So now we can bring in the Indians and the Africans and say, oh, you're all people of color, even though we're bringing in people who don't know our history, and at simultaneously having people like DeSantis and all these other people banning critical race theory, where they're actually removing our identity. So when we don't have,
let me be clear, Vector. I want you to dump it all out though. Get it all out.
Yeah. So when we talk about, these people saying they can't stand niggas, they don't want to do that. It's that they don't identify because we've lost a central identity. And these people are, I say it as, these people are frustrated because they don't have a solution. They don't know how to deal with it. And one of the things that when I was part of that Pan African group, we get frustrated, and some people don't want to leave, some people don't want to do this, some people don't want to do that. But at the end of the day, if you see blackness as a creation of white people, which it is, and that we are still slaves, look, there's no right way to be a slave. So then to come back and say you want black people to die and all of this shit, like who's to say your way is right? We have no history in this country of any success of black people in the eyes of what some black people want us to be. If they want us to be like white folks, well, there's nothing in our history, whether we were Pan-African, whether we were Deacons of Defense, whether we were Nation of Islam, we have never seen the success level that a lot of people are dreaming to be. So to say that anybody is right or wrong in the way to get there, it just seems ridiculous. Like, why would you wish death on somebody and you don't even have the answers? To me, it doesn't make sense.
Well, so let me just say this, man. Like, look, I'm gonna do a show on this again because a lot of people say that me even being like using the words pro and black together create a mixture that's distasteful to black people in this space. Like, because to them what it conjures up ideas of is sacrifice, neglect of one's own selfish, egoistic desires or something like that. Like to them, it signifies self-abnegation. Okay, that's what it emblematizes for those persons. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, for me, it means something different. Now, first and foremost, let me just say this: you have to keep your eye on what it is that you do want to some degree at all.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, if you have no idea on the end in view, then what the fuck are you just moving haphazardly? That's like, okay, it's like going to the mall and you have no fucking destination, but if just going there so you can holler at chicks or some shit, cool, okay? You go to the food court and whatever, but you gotta have a plan of some kind. Otherwise, you're just fucking around meandering, okay? That's just my opinion. You gotta have some end in view. Otherwise, what it is you're doing really is not rational. It's just based upon whimsy. Okay, it's all haphazard. Now, my viewpoint on this is I want to see black people doing well. I think who the fuck can argue that they don't want to see black folks doing well? Now, if you got an argument against that, like you want to see black people die, that's nihilistic. To me, that's self-suicide. Kick rocks. I don't have time to fuck around with you. If that's what you own, if you're on annihilation of your own demographic and genocide, and you're compromising yourself with the idea of black death, like you want to march your people into gas chambers, to me, that's insanity.
So I think where the confusion comes in, Gigi, is what is people's definition of doing well? Because you have some people that say, if we do well here, we're still under white supremacy because we're 13%. It's almost like when you go back to slavery and you had women aborting their children. Now, some people will say, hey, the fastest way to end slavery is to make it unprofitable, which is for everybody to commit suicide. Some people will say that. Now, the people who would say that, would they say that's black people doing better because maybe they come from a standpoint where, death before dishonor is more respectable than living on your knees? So it's like I said, I don't know if anybody can say what the definition of doing better is if if like people are saying, oh, certain people are selling out. Well, they think it's selling out because they think that maybe if you know, like we say with the women, if you're trying to get your butter biscuits, you're hurting the other people behind you. And some people who don't have any way to, you know, any idea on how to end it, they'll just say, well, the easiest way to if white people are standing on our heads, well, the easiest way to bring black people down is for us to just be up out of here. Now, you can leave, you can die. It's a lot of ways we can get up out of here.
Yeah,
oh,
so,
you know,
look. At the end of the day, look. I try to get people to think expansively. Like one of the things that I think black folks in America do too much is they get seated in this whole concept of individualism. But see, white folks don't move as individuals. They act like they do, but they don't.
Right. And
they
that's
move
why
like a mob.
I started.
Hey, bro, look,
that's why I started out by saying that right now in modern times we don't have the same type of central goals that our predecessors did.
And I can agree with that. That's something I agree with, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason being is because we've been sold this idea of we're free now, whatever that fucking means. I mean, free to do what? Like, I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of some of the things that I could talk about related to philosophy and contemporary liberal culture, or you can call it neoliberal culture, conservative, neoconservative culture, capitalist culture. I haven't even begun to scratch the surface because I can never even get there. Mm-hmm. But my whole point is, a lot of people perceive freedom as just having like unlimited choices. To do what? Like unlimited choices to do what? Like to go to Walmart and buy a whole bunch of bullshit? Or to go to like Foot Locker and to see like a whole bunch of shoes and shit to be able to buy like any pair? That's what freedom actually consists in? Or like to be able to go exactly where it is you want? Like just incessantly just being able to move from one place to the next? Is that what freedom actually is? Man, there's something in philosophy called the paradox of choice. Go look it up. I'm not going to get into the intricacies of it all. But the point is, the more choices you have, one could argue, the more anxiety that you have and the less ability that you have to actually make decisions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay? Like, if there's too many choices, then what is choice? The power and the substantiveness of choice becomes attenuated. Okay? Now, white people do move in mobs because white people created the whole concept of whiteness, did they not?
Yes.
No disrespect, Mark Nelson. I know you white, but white people created whiteness. Before there was whiteness, there was Frenchness, or being Gallic, or being Danish, or being British, or being an Anglo, being a Saxon, or being a Swede, or being a Slav. But they basically started to move as a mob. And then, you know, people extol the virtues of negative liberty and freedom and all of this shit. But I mean, think about the average life of the average American prior to the Civil War. We're talking about a group of people who had indentured servants. They're not, an indentured servant is not fucking free. He's a servant that has to serve out an indenture. And most of them fucking people died, bro, before they can get, before they can consummate their indentures. I ain't gonna say most of them because that might be kind of overshooting it. But the whole concept of whiteness, it erases individuality and reifies a massive category based upon a superficial characteristic or a group ascription. Mm-hmm. But then you talk about individuality, but people don't notice or accept individuality. What we do is we reify our categories. And I'm not saying the categories in and of themselves are bad, but the one category we deny vehemently is the humanity of other people, man. That's what we have a problem doing. And I'm saying, look, I'm not trying to deny humanity to anybody, bro. Or to say that, there's something dysfunctional about them that justifies their negation, their deletion. That's not the sort of thinking that I do, man. To me, that's not justice thinking. That's not a person who, has his orientation to a system of virtue where you just start annihilating and killing motherfuckers because they don't agree with you or they don't look like you or they don't share your value system. Now, I mean, it's one thing if the other group of people who think like that are trying to kill you, well, then fuck it then. We got to go to war. But I mean, like, just because.
So
but
is that what it is?
Look, bro, let me say, that's dysfunctional thinking. And white folks will have you thinking dysfunctional.
Wait, well, that's what we. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that I agree that this is how I think. I'm just saying you might have guys out there that's saying, look, even if you go on the plantation, you know, you had the people running away. You had the field slave and the house slave, and somebody gonna snitch. There are people out there that think like that. They think that other people that look like us are just as much of the enemy as the white folk.
And look, let me just say this. I get it, and it could be. Like, look, let's be frank about this shit. So a lot of people, let's talk about, I'm not going to talk about it ad nauseum. I can only give it a quick glance, okay, in this, because we at the 2 hour and 30 minute mark, okay? Some people say that, like, when I talk about Pan-Africanism, I'm speaking babble because we need to worry about our own group. We need to close ranks amongst each other and worry about, like, what we need to worry about. And I get that to a certain extent. But, like, don't allow yourself to be so provincial and so, you know, local to the point where you don't start thinking expansively and start thinking in a big and a global way. Like, there's no nation on this planet that doesn't have allies, bro. And if you considering yourself to be in the future to be a power player in world politics and you have no allies, you're not even trying to develop or form alliances with anybody, people who look like you, people from the cultures from which, you know, you have distant, you know, connections, genetically, like, fuck it. Well, I don't want to have anything to do with them motherfuckers because they hate us. Bro, at some point, you got to start to look around the world and think about your futurity and how you can best achieve futurity in it. And whether or not, you know, you can find it here, are there options maybe perhaps elsewhere? Like, we are thinking provincially. We're acting as if we're sedentary. Like, we're stationary people. Like, we don't have the ability to be mobile at any given moment. To me, that's just stupidity.
And I agree with you, Gigi. And I think that's why, you know, a lot of people, you know, they're making fun of the passport bro movement. And I think underneath all of that, I think the reason that passport bros has become such a lightning rod is because the true passport bros know it's not about women. It's about trying to escape the culture. It's about trying to reinvent themselves. It's trying to progress what blackness, quote unquote, is. And like you said, it's an expansive thought, it's a mindset, but people want to whittle it down to, oh, you just going to fuck bitches, or you can't deal with the black women here. And you talk to brothers and they telling you about the taxes. They're telling you about how they went to jail over bullshit 3 or 4 times when they were in the States. They tell you about the discrimination that they face on the job every day. And then they come home and then the women are just the back end of it. So I think, you know, I agree with what you're saying. And we see some of these movements. It's really about that. It's about trying to find and define an actual culture and an actual.
Put it this way. Let me make this real simple and put it into some nigga terms that everybody can understand. White boys don't fucking limit themselves to anywhere in the goddamn world or the universe for that fact. Them motherfuckers will go to the moon and be like, I'm planting my flag in the moon. Now, if a nigga go outside his neighborhood, motherfuckers got an issue with it. White boys will fuck any goddamn bitch in the world.
Exactly.
Asian, they'll fuck white motherfuckers, black motherfuckers, whoever they Aboriginal, they'll put their dicks into anything moving.
But it's not only about.
Hold on, bro.
It's not about just about the sex. It's about sometimes it's war. Sometimes it's cultural takeover.
It's about basically men spread their seeds every goddamn where. It's one of the things that men do. It's just what the fuck men do. And to deny black men the ability or the capacity to do that means you're trying to handicap and sideline motherfucking black men. You think that the black Moors who invaded Spain and Cordoba was like, oh, I can't fuck none of these chicks here.
Right.
No. In order for me to preserve the integrity and the fidelity of the blackness, I got to be on some Umar Queen Sister of the Earth shit. Or do you think that they had a harem of different types of chicks, man? And that they educated and sophisticated and trained those chicks on how to be enticing to them. And it wasn't just physical enticement that these men were interested in. They wanted cultural refinement. They wanted women who could, you know, basically have conversations with them and talk about literature and the arts and shit.
And that's why I don't understand these people who claim to be pro-black, but then they talk down on passport bros. Because if you looking through history and you're looking at historical conquest or expansion of culture, expansion of a people, you've got Chinese going into Africa making babies. You've got Europeans going here making babies. So if you claim you want to be pro-black with the Black American and you want our population to grow, why wouldn't you want the passport bros to go out and make families in other places and create enclaves in other places? That's the part I don't get.
You want niggas to be landlubbers, man. That's the whole point. Stick to where you at. Don't move. Don't go nowhere. Don't be expansive. Don't think globally. Don't think cosmopolitan like. Think provincial. Think local. Don't move beyond or expand beyond local. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying? You can only think local. I'm like, man, nigga, go out. See what the world is like. This is not the only place in the world. This is a particular instantiation of what the world is like. There's other people out there. There's other cultures out there. There's other like food and fucking music and aesthetics in terms of like buildings and infrastructure and shit. The world is a multifaceted place. It's not a monolithic place. It's a dynamic place. And you can be part of the dynamic process. But motherfuckers want to tie you to the gate, to this bitch, hold you down and say that you got to hunker in and deal with the dysfunction in this motherfucker.
And it's the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again.
Now, I'm not saying, here's the only thing I said is this, man. Mm-hmm. If black folks, and black folks do exist, even if it is a negative identity formation predicated upon countermanding the whiteness as in terms of wanting to dominate and subsume everything under its hierarchy and its cultural value, okay? Meaning colonized. And we already know what colonization is. We can look at the history, we can look at the archives and see what the fuck has been done in relation to, you know, people elsewhere in the world under the rubric or the heuristic of colonization. We can see it, okay? Now, in my view, you gotta be understanding and cognizant of the processes beyond just your particular instantiation of dealing with the vicissitudes of white global domination. You got to do that.
Particularly if nothing you've done has worked so far.
So look, so here's my viewpoint on this, right? Quick, I can't spend a lot of time with this shit. I get that African Americans are hurt. I understand it. And I understand also that black folks in the United States who fought for civil rights deserve acknowledgement. I understand that. I will never say anything else other than, you know, black folks in America did their due diligence in order to fight for freedom. And that if other people come in the country, they should at least acknowledge the conduit that has allowed them to enjoy what little freedom or modicum of freedom they're able to enjoy now, okay? But it's important for people to understand, if you want to start at the beginning, the transatlantic slave trade took place between Africans and Europeans. Did it not? Am I wrong about this?
No, you're wrong.
It didn't take place between Africans and African Americans, and then somehow there was a war between Africans and African Americans, and then, you know, they sold the losers of that battle into slavery. That's not how it happened, did it?
Not all.
It didn't happen that way. What happens was Africans was fighting with Africans, and they sold Africans into transatlantic slavery. That's what the fuck happened. Did it not, or am I wrong about it?
No, it's facts.
So stop saying they sold us into slavery. No, they didn't. They sold other Africans into fucking slavery.
Right.
These are the facts. Now, I bet I don't give a fuck if you Pan-Africanist, Afrocentric, whatever the fuck you are, black nationalist. If you hate that shit, you FBA or whatever the fuck you ADOS, I dare you to controvert that claim. The Africans didn't even fucking know. Most of them motherfuckers had no knowledge of what the fuck was going on over here.
Not at all. They still shit to this day they don't.
Now, also, it's important for black folks in America to understand, in the United States of America, that the largest amount of slaves from the transatlantic slave trade didn't even come to this motherfucker, man.
Right.
They didn't even land in this bitch.
So I asked that to be
wait a
quoted.
minute. I'm not, bro. I'm not done yet.
Okay, my bad.
They didn't even come to this motherfucker, bro. They went to fucking Mexico and Brazil. Those are the largest exports, man, of black folks. Okay? And Haiti, Saint Domingo, whatever the case may be.
Caribbean, West Indies.
Those are the laws. We already know that like the West Indies was controlled by mostly the English and shit like that, or the Dutch or some shit like that. Okay? Mexico, you got the Spaniards and shit like that. They were up in this motherfucker too, driving themselves up north, but the English kind of like staved them away, okay? Because they had the original 13 colonies up north, okay? Now, all I can tell you is, if you look at the history of slavery in Africa, it is not chattel slavery, bro. It's different. It was never, black people in Africa who enslaved each other never had a chattel slave system that lasted for centuries, bro, where you can never be absorbed into the population again. Or you was marked off for being a nigger. They had no concept of being a fucking nigger.
They sold POWs.
So, at the end of the day, and it ain't, look, I'm not giving them an excuse. This is not caping for motherfucker. This is historical fact, bro.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Now, now if you want to question me on the shit, but then the whole problem becomes, you can't talk about slavery in any, like you motherfuckers act like slavery only happened in the United States. Like it didn't happen in Mexico. Like it didn't happen in Saint Domingue or Haiti or whatever you want to call the shit. Like it didn't happen in Jamaica.
Asia, Europe, you name it.
We act like the only slavery only happened in this motherfucker. Now, I'm not discounting the perniciousness and the nastiness of American slavery. I'm not trying to explain it away. But to argue, one can argue, the sugar cane,
It was an institution. It was an institution.
We had some sugar cane plantations close to the Americas, but that was the most severe form of slavery, the sugar plantations. That'll kill you in 4 to 5 years if you live that long. And then you're talking about swampy areas and shit like that. So mostly men, not women, 2/3 of the fucking total demographic were black men and black males. Transported to this landmass in order to serve death sentences from see to can't see. Okay, over a war amongst Africans who didn't even have any understanding of what they were selling their own so-called, because they wasn't really their own population because they had no concept of Pan-Africanism themselves. Maybe if they did have a concept of Pan-Africanism, they goddamn selves, then they wouldn't have sold their own prisoners of war to white folks to transport over the fucking transatlantic.
POWs. Captives of tribal wars.
And the question is, what was done? What did you hear that was done? I'm speaking to you straight fucking facts. Which point, at which point do you not fucking understand it? I didn't say black people was from the fucking West Indies, bro. I never said black people were from the West Indies, bro.
The trade took place there.
Never said the black people was from the West Indies. None of that. I said black folks came from fucking Africa. They were transported over the transatlantic and brought to the Americas. They weren't, the Americas are larger than the United States.
South, Central, North.
You motherfuckers don't know geography. First of all, half of you motherfuckers don't understand basic history. You don't even know the fucking map. A lot of y'all are dumb as a motherfucker. You think you're so intelligent, but you're hermeneutically challenged. You don't fucking know history. But you're so self-important and you're so self-indulgent and you suffer from the Dunning-Kruger effect. You think you know shit, but you're dumb as fuck. You niggas are stupid. Many of you are deaf, dumb, and blind, man, and fucked up intellectually. But you assume that most of you know shit. This is American exceptionalism at its worst. Where you got a group of dumb motherfuckers that think that they know shit.
Thank you.
And last Boy Scout, you are one dumb motherfucker if you believe that you know some shit or you're conflating what I'm saying with some sort of motherfucking lies. Because you got a lot of misinformation on the internet and niggas buy into what makes them feel good instead of what the fuck the truth is. I told you, I'm motherfucker walking around this bitch like Diogenes the centipede. I got a flashlight in the goddamn daylight. And I don't give a fuck about your feelings, nigga. Fuck your feelings. I don't give a fuck about your feelings, nigga. Your feeling, I can shit and piss on your feelings and wouldn't give a fuck about it. I'm just keeping it a buck. And half of you niggas, I don't care how old or how young, half of you niggas, man, are weak as a motherfucker, dog. If I came or encountered half of you niggas in public, I would smack the shit out of most of you niggas and you wouldn't do shit about it. Not a fucking thing. You just walk back to your car and shit. Wouldn't even go get the blick. I'm just keeping it a buck here, man. I'm just keeping it real, dog.
If they got one.
I'm just keeping it real, nigga. I done seen real shit go down in the field. At the end of the day, the only thing I'm trying to get motherfuckers to understand is you're not the only motherfuckers of African origin or African diasporite in the Americas, man.
Nope.
You're not. So stop thinking that way. You ain't the only motherfucker that was transported on slave ships, bruh. Now I understand that there's a unique kind of experience that we had as African Americans, but it's not the only slave-based experience in the New World.
Nope.
So stop being fucking stupid and read your goddamn encyclopedia. There's a fucking thing called Google out here, bro. Read it.
Hey, today they call it human trafficking, right?
Niggas are stupid, man. These niggas are dumb, bro.
Hasn't it always been an institution since time immemorial, damn near?
What's that?
Slavery. Or servitude of some sort of, they called it various things in various times.
Well, look,
right?
Look, I'm not saying it like, okay, so now they call it human trafficking. We can talk, there are different forms of slavery. Like one thing that most people, this is one thing people you gotta understand and know, man. Okay? Slavery in Africa, right, is not necessarily exactly the same as slavery was in America. Slavery has existed in various forms throughout human history across different societies, including within Africa.
Thank you.
Now, before the transatlantic slave trade, you had instances of Africans enslaving one another due to war, debt, crime. But it's important to understand that the nature and scale of slavery in Africa was different from the system of chattel slavery that developed in the Americas, bruh. Go read the narratives of Gustavus Vasa. Have you niggas even read? This is the shit that fucks me up. You niggas don't read. But then you claim to have a wealth of information.
Right.
But you don't even go nowhere, but you know what the fucking world is like. This is the shit that fucks me up. You niggas are not explorers, you're landlubbers, but you know what the fuck else is going on across the whole fucking globe. So anyway, with the expansion of the transatlantic slave trade, European slave traders began to acquire Africans primarily from the coastal regions, bruh. They obtained the slaves through trades or raids, sometimes with the involvement of African middlemen. Okay, or local leaders who would capture and sell fellow Africans, but they didn't have a concept of fellow Africa, okay, to European traders. Now it's important for people to understand, not all Africans were complicit in the fucking slave trade. That's like saying all African Americans was complicit in the civil rights struggle. Not everybody was. Yeah, some niggas.
All Americans are traffickers.
You have some Americans who were complicit in slavery. Then you got people like Thaddeus Stevens who was not. You have people like John Brown who was not. You have people like the Quakers who were once advocates of slavery, but then recanted and helped Africans move along the motherfucking Underground Railroad. So this is like the story is multifaceted. It's dynamic. It's not static. Okay? Now also it's important for motherfuckers to understand once enslaved Africans were sold to Europeans, they were forcibly transported across the Atlantic to the Americas, where they were subjected to things that were more brutal and inhumane than ever happened in Africa with slaves, who were prisoners of war or subjected to debt slavery. Okay? It's just important for motherfuckers to understand that. So the scale of slavery was different. The transatlantic slave trade is unprecedented in scale. There's no history of any other group of people being transported by boatloads
that far away from their homes. Yep.
At the tune of millions. There's no other incident in history where that is manifested. There's no evidence of that ever in history. Okay? Slavery in Africa, although it could have been widespread, did not involve that kind of large-scale displacement of anybody. It just didn't happen. Chattel slavery. The system of chattel slavery that developed in the Americas treated enslaved people as property. They could be bought and sold and inherited. Okay? This system basically stripped people away of their basic human rights and was characterized by extreme brutality, man. In contrast, slavery in Africa was more complex. Okay? And you could actually have rights and protections as a slave.
Yep.
Then you have race-based slavery in chattel slavery. Slavery in the Americas was race-based. You can't say it was race-based in Africa. You could say it could have been tribal-based, but for how long? Because, look, Africans and their descendants were not necessarily subjected to lifelong servitude based on race. It wasn't exclusively race-based, and it could involve people from various ethnic backgrounds, man. It wasn't race-based. Then you got social mobility. In some African societies, enslaved people had opportunities for social mobility. Even in like Greece or Rome, slaves had social mobility.
Yeah, Rome.
Like, go read David Walker's appeal, man. I'm trying to tell you, niggas. I'm trying to educate niggas, but you know what? Some niggas don't want to be educated, bro.
Hey, yo, GG, I'm a nigga, right? Know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you, though. I ain't gonna cap on my rap, right? But I think, what's her name? Who freed slaves? She said he could have freed thousands of slaves, yo. She said she freed hundreds of.
Who got the wind going? Somebody got some stream wind going.
Oh, yo, my bad. Maybe it's me.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I'm just saying though, man. But what about the mentally slavery though, man, that we going through? You know what I'm saying?
Well, look.
Can I respond to that, GG?
The only thing I'm trying to do is to create and understand it. Put some draws on that, man.
Yeah.
Put some draws on that. Yeah, the audio quality is just terrible. But like the whole point is, I'm trying to get you to understand that qualitatively, there's a differentiation between chattel slavery in the Americas and slavery within the African continent itself. It's different. If you want to understand that there were gradations and differences of various kinds qualitatively in Africa, read The Travels of Ulado Equiano, or read, Gustavus Vassa. Some people say, like the shit is partially true, the narrative's not necessarily accurate, but there are some people who substantiate it. But go read it. Read David Walker's appeal, where he talks about how you had like Jews in Egypt who were in the court. Moses was a fucking goddamn Jew, but he was educated as an Egyptian. He held a position in the high court in fucking Egypt. So it just demonstrates that, like, in different societies, slavery is different. You had like a Roman slave named Epictetus. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He was a fucking Roman slave. He was a teacher. Go look it up. Epictetus. He's a fucking slave.
Well,
You
yeah, I mean,
understand what
even
I'm saying?
GG, even in Rome, you know, if people read some of Caesar's writings, you know, even when you're talking about the Gallic Wars and other you know, Roman conquests, the slaves of the generals were writing war, you know, battle plans and shit. I think, you know, I try to explain to some of my, you know, immigrant friends or my African friends how chattel slavery in the United States, we were under the threat of death to even be literate. I don't know if there's anywhere else in slavery around the world where slaves were literally forced to be less intelligent. I mean, not intelligent. Let me just less educated by force, by threat of death.
I
You
would
can
say
correct me if I'm wrong
probably,
on that.
well, I would say probably in maybe say biblical times, or you know, in
Yeah, gotta go. Used to mess with a sister, right? One of them.
My only thing is, dude, like, so, bro, you gotta do something with that mumble, with that hum, man. Yeah. So the only thing I'm trying to say is this, man. If you're looking for various ways in which to be more cosmopolitan, and all men who really actually are exploratory and adventurous, like you can't be adventurous by being a landlubber and staying locked into something provincial. It means you're scary, motherfucker.
Right.
I mean, let's just face it, nigga. You got a lot of scary ass niggas who don't want to go nowhere, and they latch to their mama's titty, bro.
That's a fact, G. That's a whole fact.
Look, I'm not saying it like,
man.
And Gigi, I think the flip side of that, is those people also, you know, believe in strength in numbers, and when they see people that they want us to be part of their numbers and they see us going out, then that's when they get pissy and start talking shit.
But let me just say this. Let me just say this. All this diversity and shit that these motherfucking white people promoting now, black folks had it in Africa for real. Okay? They didn't try to come up with some sort of Central Africa prior to, you know, their connection or contact with Europeans. They had like multiple tribes and, you know, different people with different ways of life who found means by which to coexist to some degree peaceably. Now, I mean, not to say it was total peace, because there is no romantic peace on Earth. There is no fucking utopia anywhere on the planet, bro. Nowhere. I've always said this. There is no, like, and so I have a problem with Afrocentrics who present African, like a pre-colonial African utopia. I have an issue with that.
It never existed, bro. It never existed.
But I will say, you got a lot of Negroes who are looking to be accepted by white folks. Like, motherfucker, why are you holding your breath? You're gonna turn blue and fucking die from asphyxiation. Fucking with these white folks, man, if you want them to give you the same fucking sort of privileges and accoutrements that they have. If you want them to interpolate you into their social body. Now, to be fucking for real, I'm just saying, look, a lot of them motherfuckers we are related to, even if we don't look like them, because a lot of them fucked up moms and shit, or great ancestors.
But GG, why we gotta look to the West for our acceptance? Why we can't live right here with like Clarence Bird, Muhammad, whatever his name was, when he started the mosque in Harlem? Why we can't look to our own people, bro? Why we always gotta look far and believe, bro? But my mother always used to say, you got everything that you want, but it's right underneath your nose, but you don't realize it though. You know what I'm saying? And I never understood that until I got older, yo, because I was always thinking about, yo, she got money, she got this. But as I got older and started raising my own family and start talking to my father, and he telling me about my mother or all her mishaps, I always had it, bro, but I never realized it though. Why do we always gotta go over far and believe in overseas, but I don't get that.
Look, all I'm saying is it's an option. I'm not saying you have to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. All I'm saying is, look, bro, the world is larger than the United States, bro.
But they look to us,
bro.
You got drill rappers. You got African drill rappers right now. Google that. You got
cool,
niggas doing
man.
drill rap
Hey,
in
bro,
Africa. You got motherfuckers preaching. They learn from us. Right? We gotta learn from them. They learn from us.
Bro, my whole viewpoint on that is, man, look, and I got to dead your mic, man, because that motherfucker
Oh
hungry.
man, goddamn.
Look, man, my whole thing is this, bro. Look, we've already had a conversation about the cultural export of hip hop. Cool.
Yep.
Okay, niggas think it's cool. Motherfuckers around the world think it's cool. Okay? Beautiful. Not saying that there's anything wrong with that. Okay? Great. That, there's a cultural export called hip hop and other people have embraced it. And you see, like a mutual exchange of flattery and over imitation or whatever the case may be. Fine. I'm good with that. But that still does not deny the fact that the United States is not the only goddamn country in the world. It's one.
It's not.
It's not the only country in the world. Now, America will have you believe that it's the greatest fucking thing ever, forever. It's like the best shit ever invented or ever created. Now, for a Negro to say this, all I can say is that guy must be some kind of fucking fool. Stop fucking tap dancing for white folks, bro. All I can say is, look, I get that you're having a great time, but man, you gotta stop the dee 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 dee. You gotta stop it, bro.
Well, GG, to be fair, even if you go over to the continent, you got people like that too. It's mostly based off of ignorance,
bro. I'm not saying that the world is a utopia. I didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's ignorance. It's not. They're not necessarily stupid. They're ignorant.
What I am saying is that America, the United States of America, is not the only country in the world. And I will also say that black men in America have a unique history of being shit on by Americans.
That's big facts.
Now, if you don't say that that's historically accurate, then I'm gonna say stop fucking tap dancing, nigga. They used to make your ass get in the back of the bus or go to the back entrance or drink at the colored water fountain. We talking about 60 years removed from this shit. It ain't been that long ago. But niggas act like this shit, like going elsewhere in the world. First of all, man, white people have no problem going elsewhere. Asians don't have a problem going elsewhere in the fucking world. Nowhere. They don't say, oh, well, I can't go here. Them motherfuckers said, I told you them motherfuckers went to the moon, man. That's what like Nas said a long time ago. He said, man, niggas playing playing PlayStation. White people motherfucking build a space station. They thinking about what's to come. Niggas thinking about what's now. I got next. What you mean you got next? Next on the video game? Them motherfuckers making the video games. They using Unreal Engine and all kind of other fucking game, engines and shit to create the shit that you're entertained with. So the next thing is AI personalities and shit. That's the next thing. We don't even know how to create this shit. I'm saying, man, get out, explore. Like I had one guy, man, tell me, man, an older black guy, man, he was like, man, I never understand what it was like to be a human being till I left the United States. Even in white European countries, we were treated better than fucking, like in the United States. Like, have you ever been to some of these southern towns and shit, man, and how they fuck with you, bro, and how they look at you? Anyway, man, I'm gonna let Michael Fuller talking in BGS, man. And look, last Boy Scout, bro. We're talking about this. We're not talking, even if it's not real, it's a myth. Okay, personally, I believe like the Bible is really, old astrology. That's just my viewpoint on it. Okay, but we're talking about narratives surrounding acceptance and interpolation into social bodies, as opposed to being marginalized and pushed to the periphery and cleaved off as non-human. That's what we're having a conversation about, bro. But you niggas can't get it, man. And you are the last Boy Scout, bro. I mean, I don't know what Boy Scout troop you was a part of, but goddamn, man, it couldn't have been a bright one. But Michael Fuller, talk to us, man. Speak to us.
Yeah, hey, how's everybody doing, man?
It's cracking.
Blessings to all the brothers listening. One of the brothers said something about he got on the phone. He got on and said, oh, well, I'm a nigga. And then I think he brought up something about Harriet Tubman. And I'm just letting you know, man, you're a beautiful black brother. We don't have to refer to ourselves that way. That's the way the system of white supremacy refers to us. I'm gonna give you guys my background because I want you to understand who's talking to you, and I want to basically dispel that notion that all we are is a bunch of niggas. Okay, I'm a retired naval officer. I was in the military for 25 years. Served on submarines. I was a naval nuclear engineer for all that 2.5 decades. Right now I'm a federally licensed nuclear engineer that worked for a commercial nuclear power plant for about 12 years after I got out. And now I work for a research reactor out on the East Coast that does a lot of medical isotopic research. We use a high flux nuclear reactor to generate medical isotopes for cancer research. Master's degrees in mechanical engineering, nuclear engineering, and MBA. 2 bachelor's degrees in mathematics and communications. And then I also have a PhD from USC, University of Southern California. So came from the same streets as we all came from. My brother I had one brother, he died in the streets. This whole notion that we're less than, don't have the right intelligence, the right discipline, the right moral code, that's all a game. It's up to you as an individual to educate yourself, apply yourself, believe in yourself, and trust God and live right. And if we do that, we can break this cycle of wickedness that we're exposed to right now. You talk about chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is unlike anything ever witnessed in the history of the world. And of course, it did only happen here, like the brother was talking about. It happened all over the West Indies, South America, Central America, Mexico. The fact is that it's different because everything known before then, when you talked about slavery, it was almost like indentured servitude. It was not meant to exist to perpetuity. For forever. And when you were in that status as a slave, you were still able, even the Egyptians, when they enslaved the Hebrews, which is who we are, they still maintain their culture, their religion, their languages, the mores and norms. None of that. They had unalienable rights, inalienable rights when they were there in that captivity. Under chattel slavery, we had less rights and protections under the law than cattle, than livestock. That brutality that we experienced under that system, that still exists, the remnants of it still exist, the hatred and the systemic oppression and racism still exists today. But under that particular chattel slavery and those laws, it was very much had a lot to do with psychological devastation, dehumanization, complete dehumanization of a people. And a lot of that had to do with not just torture, murder, maiming. It was rape. They were raping our children, our men and women. Very much something that the world has never seen before. It's a crime against humanity that has never been done before and will never be done afterwards. It's something that the world has never seen and will never see again. So, I mean, we can't really compare other things in slavery, other parts of slavery that the world has experienced to what happened in chattel slavery. And the thing is with us, man, we need to start loving each other. We need to start loving each other.
And that's the only look. I get that I use rough language, bro. I understand that we're more than niggers. I believe that we're spiritual sentient beings. I mean, I don't mean spiritual in some sort of fancy, spooky Ghostbuster way, like I'm Casper, like there's an ethereal part of who I am that will float off into the stratosphere after I'm dead. All I'm trying to articulate is the fact that I believe that there is a lot to who we are, much more than we're aware of normally. Because the material baseness and the crassness of European culture doesn't have us understand or come into tune with the totality of who we are as humans or creatures or whatever you want to call us, okay? But thank you for that contribution. BJS, you want to say something, bro?
Yeah, man. Like people ask, well, why do we keep thinking the way that we're thinking, right? Nobody actually goes back and actually studies the Prussian school system, right? White folks did not become white until the Prussian school system came in and taught them how to be white, okay? Why do you think they all sent them to public school all in the same place all together, right? Because they learned from the Germans. Because the Germany didn't become a country till 1871. And what they learned, they learned from the Protestant priest how to control the minds of little children. What did they say? You give me the child at 7, I'll give you the man. I keep saying, you keep asking, how come black people think this way or think that way or think this way, think that way? Where do you send them to school? Who brainwashes your children? You think that that's just some subtle, benign system where they just teach them the facts and figures and stuff like that? No, it's subtle brainwashing. Doc can tell you, because Doc went through college, right? If you go through 4 years or 8 years to get a PhD, don't think there's some kind of brainwashing that goes on along the path. And they check you out. If you don't check out, they say you one of them nuggets that didn't check out, didn't quite take the brainwashing, didn't quite take, okay, unless you're really good at covering up, they're gonna kick you out of the system. They're gonna kick you out of the religion, out of the academy. You won't get your PhD. Okay? This stuff is very go ahead. I'm sorry, Doc.
One of the things that, like I went to a I went to a Jesuit graduate school, okay? Mm-hmm. And one of the things that, the chairperson of the department told me, he was like, look, we're giving you a world-class education and we're glad to have done so because we get to, imprint our, value system onto you. Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, of course, you can't fully allow them to, if you have any kind of, independence and any kind of resilience and, any kind of sense of justice, then you'll know that, like, you have to maintain some sort of distance from the educational system, especially as the kind of education you receive from white folks, given their history. You got to understand that. So you actually have to engage in more education than the average white person because you got to know their stuff and you have to know your own culture stuff as well.
And you got to know the truth.
Yeah, but how many people? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is why this is like at the end of the day, I'm lucky in relation to the fact that I got a world-class education because my mother ensured that I did. Okay. Mm-hmm. I went to a Catholic school instead of the public school system. If I would have went to the public school system in St. Louis, I would have went to a public school called Turner Middle or Ashland. The kids who went there, not saying that they were dumb or anything, but they didn't get a world-class education. They had white women educating them. And not a higher echelon group of white women either. I'm talking about like ditzy white chicks that, just graduated from like an undergraduate institution. I had like master's degree, nuns teaching me. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Women with doctoral degrees teaching me and shit like that. I mean, from an early age. I mean, they were exposing us to like the Odyssey and the Iliad when we were in fucking middle school, bro. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so there's a difference between the quality of education I received and it was an all-black school. It wasn't like a mixed school. It was an all-black school, okay? And I went to a mixed high school, but I went to one of the higher echelon high schools in St. Louis. Mm-hmm. Like I had to catch the bus there. The other kids, they went to the school, in Beamers and Lexuses.
You sound like me, yeah.
And Mercedes Benz. I'm talking about high school students. Mm-hmm. I went to high school with a Bommarito, and in St. Louis, everybody knows who what the name Bommarito signifies. They own multiple car dealerships. I went to school with one of them, one of their family members, and motherfuckers who own diamond stores and shit, jewelry stores and shit. So I had the quality of education that other kids didn't get. Not did I take it for granted at the time? I did. I mean, I didn't study as hard as I could have. Okay, my natural aptitude, but that can only carry you so far. At some point, especially when you get to a collegiate experience, you're gonna have to have discipline in order to matriculate through the system. I mean, it's not necessary altogether, but if you want to graduate with a good marks, then you have to start studying. You got to buckle down. Okay, you can't just do the shit the night before and then expect for you to get a high mark. It's not gonna happen. Okay. Now, all I can say is we let these white women educate our children, man. But often we don't have a choice. Now, prior to our integration into the public school system, we had a rank and file of dedicated black teachers and educators who were trying to instill the best, especially in the kids.
Best they had, yeah.
I mean, like you talking about like some of the elite schools in New York. Or even in the South. I mean, these kids graduated from A1 schools, man, with teachers who were dedicated to making sure that those kids knew the best of the best information, man. And they had discipline and they had standards. But why would white people impose standards on black children, man, other than standards of decadence and punishment? That's all they do is punish.
Yeah, well, that's why they want you in their schools. That's why the first thing that Eisenhower did was integrate the schools.
But see, what we do, I get why the schools were integrated, but it was a blessing and a curse at the same time. We wanted, the whole goal was to eradicate what Kenneth Clark found out with the children who were taking the dial test. It was a segregated school system led to children experiencing natural inferiority related to their white counterparts. And so they wanted to do away with segregation, okay? But I mean, they didn't foresee the consequences of what would happen subsequently.
How could
they? They couldn't have, okay? But the whole point is, but like people like Kwame Ture afterwards, like he was part of the civil rights movement, part of SNCC and all of this. And he said, look, the mistake we made was thinking that we can redeem these people and that they would ultimately accept us and our humanity. But we still stuck on this whole idea that these people are going to accept us, interpolate us into their body, their social body, and treat us like one of their own children. Now, I'm not saying that assimilation can't happen over time, but like one of the things I do know, assimilation is taking place, if it ever is going to take place in America, it's happening slow. Like I'm talking about get the molasses out your asses. It's happening slow as fuck.
Yeah, it's happening, but it always does happen. It takes about 400 years.
What do you mean? Like you mean between the assimilation of black people into this society?
Any population,
Well, they did it in Mexico quickly.
Well, because they killed they did it because they wiped out like 300 million people. That's why.
I think the problem with that is just the basic tenets of any relationship. If you're going to have any relationship that's going to be viable, the first thing that's got to exist is respect. There's no love. There's no love without respect. There's no appreciation without respect. The first thing you got to have is respect. And then if you have a culture that does not respect you as a human being, it's going to be very difficult to assimilate in that culture as a co-citizen.
Very easy. It's happening already.
What I would say to that though is, I think they do respect us. It's just not in the way that we want them to. Because whenever you look at the history of black people, whenever we try to separate, they suck us back in because they know our value. They know our value.
Well, the thing is,
even when you go back to Clinton, even I think was it Bill Clinton who was saying that America can't afford a divorce with Black America? Was that Clinton?
Because it's too late. There's too many of you, and the backlash for trying to get rid of you in a way that you probably need to get rid of them is too late. You can't. That moment has passed. That moment passed with World War II.
I believe the problem that
whatever you were going to do as far as black folks, you had to make that decision. Then Eisenhower made the decision to admix in 45. Said, okay, that's the only thing we have left. Okay.
I think the issue is there's respect for individuals, but respect for black people as a whole collectively does not exist in this country.
Okay. Yeah,
and
true.
the reason why it does not exist is because we failed to unite. See, we don't understand that, unfortunately, the system that we live in, no matter how extraordinary and exceptional you are, no one individual can overcome a system that's been entrenched like this one for centuries. That's going to take a collective group effort. It's going to take a sense of community, a sense of unity. And because every other ethnicity in the United States, including the ones that just got on the shores here in the last 10, 15, 20, 30 years, they have no respect for us for that and that alone, because we failed to unify.
We just saw Don Lemon get fired over that
because we are the permanent
we failed to unify as a people. We failed to unify as a people. And the bottom line is I mean, that's really the crux of the problem. Do we need to unify in order to, destroy or hurt anyone else? No, we need to unify in order to survive, to ensure our self-preservation.
This ain't no level playing field, man.
Yeah, bro, we only 13% of the population.
So what?
So what? The Native Americans said the same thing. So what? What happened to them?
Wiped out, man. And I'm sorry, brother, aren't you you're the Navy gentleman, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm right where you came from, man. I was in Djibouti at the naval base. I was in Bahrain. I was in right there in Japan. So I'm following, but numbers are unforgiving, man. Even if you got every single black person to march in rank and go vote, we still only 13% of the voting population.
I'm not. Yeah, what I'm saying
and you
is
have to but you understand that we are still at war. It's not like the enemy is just sitting around waiting for us to get our shit together. We have active resistance.
Oh, no
really?
question.
How?
No question. And the reason why it's so successful.
Say again, BJ.
How? What active resistance do we have?
We got people actively trying to erase our identity, whether you're trying to change history books, whether you're bringing in immigrants as people of color to dilute, to dilute our history. There's active resistance that causes, like my man says, to unify. If we don't have a unifying identity or a unifying goal, and you have people actively trying to keep us separate, then I mean that's
go study history of China, and because China was not always 98% Han. Okay, how did that happen over the period?
Oh, I mean, you had the War of the Three Kingdoms. I mean, they went through a lot.
They went through a lot of stuff, right? Yeah. Did those people volunteer to become Hans? No, they didn't. Go ahead, Gigi.
So what I want to do is acknowledge some people who just recently gave me some super chats. That's all I want to do.
Go ahead.
I want to give a shout out to Salty Balls. Man, that's crazy every time I see that. The Book of Treasure Chest. I guess that's chapter 2, verse 1. Thine riches rain down from the heavens to the scholar at the river of the great arch. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. Be About Police and Pleasure says, when I was a child, I went from military education to public school education, and it held me back. Probably one of the worst things that ever happened, because I'm a young kid that's more advanced than the regular white kids. Shout out to Be About Police and Pleasure. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to Salty Balls again. He says, support Machismo TV, the Sphere 24-hour counter prop channel. Currently live at 12 a.m. through 8 a.m. Eastern Time, my own version of ESPN highlights or the box. So he paid for the plug, so shit. He paid for the plug. Shout out to Martin Soul. He says a lot of great black teachers lost their jobs as a result of integration. Seems like the schools should have been integrated on the administrative side first. Shout out to Marvin Soul. And again, the Cash App does work. Shout out to the people who've hit me up on the Cash App. That's Charles Gilmore, Muajid, Elwood Johnson, and Kaylon. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate the support, man. Shout out, man. Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Thank you so much for the support, man. Carry on, man. Y'all carry on, man.
Yeah, the thing is what people don't understand. People think that we just need to come together. The thing is, you don't know how, one, who trains your kids. We can't even get our women to come together and get on the same page with us. That's what we're trying to do right now.
Well, why you think that is?
Why do you think?
Can I jump in real quick, BJ?
Can't, if you want to, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, bro, let me give you a little back. We got your background. I'm gonna just give you a slight background of my. I grew up in Detroit. I went to public school, but both of my parents were doctors of education. When my father passed away, he was a high school principal in the Detroit school system. My mother actually retired as school superintendent. So there are Black educators. And I was fortunate enough to grow up in Detroit, which is a chocolate city. So I saw what the catchword nowadays would be Black excellence, but I grew up
witnessing it.
Fortunately, in a city that had Black folks that were doing things. But when we go back to saying that we're 13% of the population of the entire nation, now you're talking about as Black people spread out, and as GG and BGS, I think he even mentioned, now you're talking about who's educating your children. I was fortunate enough to get educated by Black teachers all my life, except for a couple of years I went to University of Detroit Jesuit school, so I was educated by some white Jesuit men. But other than that, other than those 2 years, I spent time in Detroit public school system that had Black teachers everywhere. But that's not the case for a large majority of Black people in the country that don't grow up in Atlanta or DC or Detroit. So the numbers do matter, because now you've got, like Gigi always says, you have white women educating your kids. That's because if you're 13% of the population, your kids are just not going to have majority Black teachers.
That's a great point, man. That's a great point. Now, bottom line is that's what's happening. That's what's been happening for decades now. But I think it's important to look at what effect does that have, right? That has effect of deception, deception programming, like the brother talked about. And how do you deal with deception and programming? You speak about the truth. Basically,
that's what you're trying to fix the car, and you're an engineer, man. You're trying to fix the car after it's been manufactured. That's what you're trying to do.
What was that?
You're trying to fix the car after it's been manufactured. How you get all the defects?
No, bro. I mean, so what are you gonna just lay down and say, okay?
I didn't say that.
Okay,
I didn't say that.
Okay, so there's I'm an engineer, but that's why I know there's a solution to every problem.
Listen to me, okay? You're an engineer. So what do you build the motherfucker right the first time, right? Right?
Okay, has it been built right the first time? You tell me.
In other words, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you don't educate your children properly, right? Okay, to think like you want them to think, because this is indoctrination. Every society indoctrinates their children. Okay, from the time that they're born to the time that to the time of emancipation, they indoctrinate their children. Okay, if you don't do that, what you're doing is you put in what you don't want into those kids, right? And then you have to spend, because if you know anything about childhood psychology, man, once like in a computer, once that BIOS is fixed, right? The only thing you do is unplug that BIOS and redo the whole machine. Okay, once they've been a child, you can't undo a BIOS. Okay, you can cover it up, you can try to write around it, but the thing is, the defect will always be there. And I face this stuff. I face this stuff on a daily basis inside. I've been doing this for 8 years. I face this on a daily basis. How do you rewrite the BIOS on people? Okay. How do you rewrite? How do you change their worldview? Okay.
You underestimate the power of truth.
No, I don't.
You underestimate the power of truth.
No, I don't.
Right? I mean,
well, let me ask you a question, because this is actually,
let him finish.
This is actually
let him finish,
in your
because
wheelhouse.
truth doesn't even matter at a certain point. Okay, the truth is perspective and worldview. Trust and believe, and trust and believe. We in the United States, okay, if you're an officer, we in the United States, we do this stuff all the time. We're just looking at this stuff going on right now in the world, right, where propaganda is being slid back and forth, and truth is depending on where you sit. and some people
No.
wholeheartedly believe lies. They do. I'm watching this stuff. In a mass production, 80% of your people are followers, man. They're not intellects.
Well, let
Okay?
me
They're not
what we
individual
have
people.
no
Go ahead.
knowledge of, but I want to make I want to make a crude analogy. But bro, you're a nuclear engineer, so let's just think of the mindset of black people are the plants at Chernobyl, and you know the Chernobyl's, the Russian nuclear, they were made with those tips. The tips were, you know, you can educate us, but if I recall correctly, there was the way that the tips were, the control rods were designed, and the tips were made to actually cause it to heat up before it cools down.
Yeah, it's basically 1986. They had a construction or design where they had a positive reactivity coefficient. So what it means is, as the reactor became more reactive, it became hotter. As it became hotter, it became more reactive. So it's a vicious cycle that caused it to melt down. Now, the reactors that are built now, they have a negative temperature coefficient of reactivity. So that means as power increases, temperature increases, and as temperature increases, that negative temperature feedback causes power. It will shut the reactor down inherently. So now all the reactors are inherently stable. But go ahead.
Right. So no. So my question is in this: was that old design able to be fixed, or did they have to create a new? They had to re-engineer the way that the new reactors are created.
I mean, the old design is only one difference, really, and it's dealing with what I just mentioned to you. It's the
right.
It's the temperature.
So I think that's the point we're trying to make. That it's not there. There is a way to fix it, but we have to re-engineer. We have to create something new and make it right from the beginning. Because you just trying to go back and retrofit, it's either not cost effective or it's just you can't do it. And that's
I don't
kind of
think
where we are with it.
So hold on, let me interject. Let me interject. Really, let me interject real quick. So, look, one of the things I'm doing, and I'm gonna be doing it tomorrow. It's not titillating because it's not really actually a lot that you know. If you're coming to the Black Manosphere for entertainment and to hear me go off on women or whatever the case may be, and from time to time I will do that because I'm frustrated about some of the things that they do. But tomorrow I'm talking about the ghetto, okay? And one of the things that I'm talking about in relation to the ghetto, there's a book I'm reading called Dark Ghettos: Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. It's written by a Black Harvard professor named Tommy Shelby, and he talks about a problem that a lot of people refer to about Black folks, and that's basically that we have cultural divergence. Okay, what does that really actually mean? It means that there's a cultural poverty that exists amongst Black folks. We can talk about the origin of it, the reason why it exists, single parenthood, whatever the case may be. But the idea is that Black people diverge from the cultural norm. Okay, so it's a theory that there's a significant segment of Black folks that diverge culturally from mainstream values and norms, and it inhibits their upward mobility or their escape from poverty or their capacity from being able to be interpolated into the social body at large. So there are people who propose a means by which to solve this, and of course what the solution is going to be cultural reform, correct?
That's right.
Okay,
yeah.
Now when you start talking about cultural reform, well, you got to start thinking about, well, what's right or what's wrong when it comes to intervening into the lives of people whom you consider to be ghetto poor or people who have the wrong cultural values, right?
And that standard is not relative, it's absolute. So it's not like what this brother's saying, it's an absolute standard, but go ahead.
Well, the first thing that the guy argues is that there's the weak cultural divergence theory, and then there's the strong cultural divergence theory. So the weak cultural divergence theory is that some poor ghetto people have developed the kind of traits that they have, but would give them up readily if they had better opportunities.
Right.
Okay. So there's that crowd. But then there's another crowd of theorists who say that there's something called strong cultural divergence. And in that case, these divergent cultural patterns might have started off as strategies for survival under the stringent conditions of ghettoization. But these people have come to accept these traits as a part of their social identity, right? And so then you have to characterize and define what are the actual bad cultural traits, okay? And this is why people talk about this shit, but when it comes to actually itemizing and going through the syllogisms related to it, they're absent. You don't see them around. But anyway, so they're cool to throw rocks and things of that nature and to be stigmatizing and stereotyping. But when you start talking about how you can actually solve this, then the people, they recede into the background. But anyway, what are the bad cultural traits? So the guy says, look, one of the bad cultural traits, so to speak, or quote unquote, is people don't want to embody the work ethic. They have no drive. They don't want to work hard, okay? There's a skepticism towards formal education, okay? There's a devaluation of the traditional nuclear family. There's a distrust of authority. There is, and one of these things that you mentioned, to me, I mean, every time I come into contact with you, you repeat it. There's the idea that there's a excessive use of vulgarity and street vernacular, like words like niggas, bitches, hoes, and cars and clothes and hoes, I suppose. I'm just being ignorant by saying that. Then you got, because I'm quoting Trey Songz, but anyway, then you got a hedonistic orientation towards life, like you just want immediate pleasure through sex or alcohol or drugs or something like that. And then you got, the other assumption is that like black people just like to chill. They don't want to actually do anything engaging. They just kind of like on cruise control through life. Like they don't like Kumatata, I guess, from the Lion King, or Kumatata or something like that. Now the question then is, what is it you're supposed to do in order to reform these Negroes? Like, if you are cultural reformists, you got to think about like, what's going to be the best target to aim your cultural rehabilitation efforts towards. Now, BGS is saying, look, you need to holler at the youth before you start talking about, impacting the lives of adolescents, because like adolescents, the psycho, cultural formation is going to be hard for them to get rid of once they become like 18, 19. Like, how do you reform somebody that's 18 and 19? Especially in a country where liberalism is one of the most paramount political values, namely that, you can't tell people what to do. You can't like make them do anything. So, I mean, this is just a liberal cultural value, right? So you can't do it to them, can't really target them. You can target the youth though, right? But then the question is, what's acceptable and permissible in terms of targeting youth? Like, what can you say to them? And what kind of like cultural reformist efforts are going to be appropriate? And then what's going to be off limits given the parameters that you're dealing with law in the United States? Like, the most difficult thing to do is to gain the reins of control of education of children in the United States, bro. It's so difficult. White people have found a way to get a monopoly on it with black folks. It's unfortunate, but they found a way to do it. Because all of your kids are compulsory, either have to be homeschooled or have to be, reared or educated in the public school system if you can't have access to private education.
Right.
All right. And so these are the kind of concerns that you got to get into when you start talking about cultural reform or cultural rehabilitation or whatever, however you want to terminate it or however you want to call it, right? My viewpoint is, I mean, I'm basically echoing what BGS is saying here to a certain degree, that like I try to talk to people in this space. It's very difficult to talk to some brothers, not all, but some brothers, man, just have their mindset on being ignorant and not believing the truth. Like there's one brother who said, what was it that he said? I basically said something about how slavery took place, and he just denied the truth or the verity of the entirety of what I was saying.
Okay.
Like, African Americans were not enslaved by Africans. Africans enslaved other Africans.
Well, Africans, yes, they did. Yeah.
Who then sold them to Europeans, who then sold African Americans as slaves to other white folks.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it occurred. Now, we can talk about the culpability of Africans enslaving other Africans, but to argue that Africans enslaved African Americans, that's just not true. It's factually incorrect. Sequentially, logically, it is incorrect to argue that Africans enslaved African Americans. They enslaved other Africans and sold those Africans to Europeans, who in turn indoctrinated and enculturated the African diasporas into African American slaves. That's what happened. Okay, that's factually, historically correct. But if you start talking to people about the truth, they don't give a fuck because they have a right to believe whatever it is that they want. Like there are some people right now on YouTube who are putting forth the claim like that, like African Americans are really like native inhabitants of the American continents, man.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, are you serious, bro? Like
hey,
I
GG, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, bro.
And actually, it might be even a suggestion for you or BGS to do a future video. But what you just described as far as hollering at the youth in a certain age, it sounds a lot like our favorite TV show, season 4 of The Wire, when those academics tried to come in and they were asking Major Colvin how young should they go back, and they brought in the high school dude, and then they brought in the 17-year-old, and he was like, nah, you got to go younger.
Yep.
And they brought in the 15-year-old, was like, nah, you got to go younger. Do you remember that scene?
Yep.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you this. I met the guy who basically is the scholar who The Wire was created surrounding his research. Okay, so it's a black dude named Elijah Anderson. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He works at Yale University. Okay, I had the opportunity to meet him, while I was a postdoc at an institution of higher learning. I ain't gonna say which one it is, but the whole point is, he does research on the code of the streets. Go look this shit up on the internet, man.
What's his name?
Elijah, huh? So
what was his name?
Elijah Anderson and the Code of the Streets, and he also has something about nigger moments.
I think I remember.
Like he says that like some black people don't believe that they're black until they have a nigger moment.
Yeah, that's true.
Like Louis Gates, Skip Gates, he's a Harvard professor, and he didn't believe that he would have a nigger moment until like he tried to break into his own apartment on Harvard's campus, and the campus security was like, "Oh no, homeboy, what you doing around here?" Like the same shit just recently happened to Antonio Brown with arena football. He's on the court of the or the field of the arena. And, the security guard was like, you got to get out of here. It's one thing to say, hey, boss, like we're about to retract this piece of equipment here and we don't want you to be hurt. It's another thing for him to say that, and another thing for him saying, you got to get off this field now. You better get out of here. Like, that's just, you don't do that to the owner of a team, bro. Like, if Jerry Jones was on the floor, would that white boy have told him to get the fuck off the field?
Nope.
No, sir. He'd have been like, hi, Mr. Jerry Jones. Take your time, Mr. Jerry Jones. Mark Cuban, take your time, Mr. Mark Cuban. But, you see the Negro. So anyway, man, he's got this whole concept of nigger moments and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But, he was telling me that, that his research led to the Code of the Streets, led to the development of the whole TV show called The Wire, which is dope, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's some dope shit. But anyway, man, look, you got to get one thing we know, man, like about like the science, like BGS does esoteric work, not only just, work about politics, but he does work on the spirit, the human soul related to the Memphite theology.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people ain't into that in this space. I don't really get into it very much, but I do know this. That the ancient science is how to engage in behavioral modification through breathing techniques and meditation and shit like that. Like that's the science we don't even get into. Like is it possible to educate older people or to get them to reprogram themselves? But they have to be willing to reprogram themselves and have like a dedication to self-improvement in that regard. But kids, you can take them right out the bat, like right out of the womb and teach them in the right ways. But the question then is, how do you get control over teaching children the right way when you got parents who are raised in dysfunction? And I was just talking about this earlier. Like, one of the things you got to understand, man, is like kids, man, like out of the womb, man, I mean, even in the womb, they start to absorb information from their environment, okay? They're impacted by the chemical transferences through the umbilical cord that their mother might have. But when they're born, like kids as old as 6 months, they can notice racial differences. Okay? They can understand the preferences and biases of the people around them. At the age of 3, they're already full-fledged programmed into the kind of characters they're going to have related to what they have aversion to and what they have affinity for. Like, what to them is perceptible as abject or repulsive, and what they are directed towards as they perceive as aesthetically pleasing or safe. Okay? They already have these concepts, like when it comes to the animals and spiders and shit like this. Like, it's crazy. So the cognitive processes that the kids have in early childhood are important, like integral. And the only problem is that in this culture, we don't have control over how children are able to assimilate information in their early development. I mean, to some degree we have, but like black men in general, like men in this country have been out of the family for quite a bit of time, which is fucked up. I can begin to make all kind of arguments about it, but bro, this country, man, this country, man, has a hell of a system, bro.
Yeah, it's been perfected and been has been codified over 150 years. So,
but do I have hope? Do I have hope? Of course, I have hope. Like, I wouldn't even be here talking and conversing. I wouldn't be having conversations and be in dialogue with men in this space if I didn't think that there was any sliver of hope at all.
Yeah, what the hope is, man, and what people don't, what I have arguments with nationalists, pro-black, and everybody else, white supremacy will die far before you can actually kill it. Okay, it's going to die on its own volition. It's going to run out of steam. Okay, you're already looking at it, but most people don't see it. They don't want to.
So hold on, shout out to Salty Balls again. He says Bona et bonus and et bonum. Good and good and good. Okay, good.
He's a very smart dude. He plays that he's not, but he's really a very bright kid.
Just like me, man. I'm crazy too, man.
Yeah, well, I know, man. I could tell, man. You're a Gemini, so you got many faces. So what kind of Gemini you gonna get depends on where he's at.
And where I'm at is really dependent upon like where you take me. Like for the most part, man, I am a jovial, joking, kind of like I talk a lot of shit. I like to be in a playful, jestful mode most of the time. But I mean, I'm also like, I get into some serious shit now, as you can see by some of the conversations I have. I like my cerebrality, I like my cerebral shit, but yeah. Man, I like to kick. I like to make learning fun as I possibly can, if I can. Now, there's going to be pain associated with learning. It's just how learning is. It's like it's like practicing the piano or anything. It takes time and it's painful. Thinking is painful.
Yeah.
But I mean, I enjoy it though. I mean, after a certain period of time, it becomes an acquired taste. I'm pretty sure that learning how to balance chemical equations.
Mm-hmm. Did I lose you guys?
No, I think he dropped for a second.
I think that's GG.
Yeah. Okay. It said, "Be about peace and pleasure." $10. BGS Ra'un Nefer Aman speaks about meditation and programming the brains. Do you think this is an effective method? Yes, it is. The thing is, one, do you want to change? That's first thing, because I'm a Gnostic. Thing you have to want to change. Number one. Number two, are you willing to go through the process of changing your worldview, changing the way you think, and ingesting the things that watch you reprogram your mind? You can't get rid of everything because even me, the BIOS is still there. You can always feel it's always there. Can you write on top of it and start and change the way that thing works? That's what it is. If you really want a good snapshot of how this stuff works, go look at the marathon monks. Okay, it's an intense method where they have to go through a lot of pain and discomfort. And what the meditators say, the reason that you see people using hair suits and whips and flailing themselves is because it's easier to actually reprogram your mind through pain. It's through pain and discomfort than it is through pleasure. If you look at the what is it, the Maslow's dogs, right? Okay, how did they get reprogrammed in such a short period of time? They almost drowned.
Pavlov.
Yeah, Pavlov. Yeah. Pavlov's dog. They almost drowned. Okay, so it was a shock to the system. It was an intense shock to the system. That's how they were able to reset the way they thought. That's what it takes. Okay, but can you do that to a mass a mass of people? Okay, are they willing to accept that? And the thing is, you know, the environment will always change people faster than anything else that you can actually do or say. It always is. The environment is always first. That's what's been proven. If you go back and you look at you read Bernays and propaganda, okay, the environment will always dictate what you can actually input to people. Always, 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 always. If you look at the rise of Hitler, Hitler could not have risen if it wasn't for the failure of the liberal Weimar Republic. Okay, could not have happened. Okay, you couldn't have brought a mass socialism into the Americas if it wasn't for the Great Depression. Okay, the environment will always dictate what you can inject into the people. Yeah, that's always first, and that's like we always emphasize. Okay, changing the environment will change it faster. Okay, I can tell you, just watch with Kevin. Okay, with Kevin Samuels, right? Kevin could have never done what he did if it wasn't for COVID. The environment changed so rapidly and so extreme that what Kevin was doing could be injected into the psyche of people. Okay, the environment did it change the people completely, but the thing is, it shifted the way they thought within 2 years. But the thing is, it took something extreme like that to do it. So the environment is always first. And everybody knows, I know Kevin personally. I told Kevin before COVID was coming, I said, this is your opportunity. It's your opportunity to make a mark. It's because the environment, your timing and environment is right for you to actually make that change. Gramsci said it back before he died. Okay, there's always an opportunity in any environment for a small group of people to make a change. Okay, if you have the right message at the right time in the right environment. The thing is, most people in the Black community trying to swim against the environment. That's where we always say, well, we got to bring everybody together. Oh, if we can only do this. No, you have to pick what is right in the given environment to actually give to your people that will flow with the tide. You can't flow against the tide. Okay, can't flow against the tide. What happened in Africa with China is Africa flowed with the tide. Okay, that was opportunity that was open to them. Had they refused it, guess what? They would have gotten shut out for the next 100 years. Okay, they took that opportunity because the timing was right for that.
You said you're agnostic. Is that what you said?
Gnostic. And agnostic means you don't believe. Gnostic means you do believe.
Okay, I thought you said you're agnostic. Okay.
Gnostic.
Okay.
No. I don't know. People are trained to think agnostic because that's what you hear. You're trained to hear that. I'm an agnostic. I'm agnostic. Okay. I'm a Gnostic.
Okay, good. All right. So anyway, I can't say I agree with you. Again,
you don't have to agree. I mean, I've been here 8 years, man. I've already proven it over and over again. I just proved it with Kevin. Okay, we just seen what Pastor bro.
You didn't prove anything to me besides you talk constantly without letting other people talk.
Okay,
that's pretty much the only thing you proved to me.
Okay, you don't know me.
Well, I'm listening to you.
Okay,
and you're going on and on and on and on and on. And
all right, man. What do you got to say, man? Since you want to go ahead.
Well, but that's the only thing you proved to me so far.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to prove anything to you. I'm not talking to you personally.
Well, I mean, you said you proved something. That's the only thing I saw you prove.
What I'm saying is the people that are here, that know me, that have been here, saw already. Okay, I'm not trying to prove anything to you personally. Okay, if you want to go back and look at it, you can go back and look at it. I brought Kevin in 2016. Okay, to do what he did.
That's fine. I mean, that's
fine. That's fine.
I appreciate the brother's work, but I'm really not talking about him right now.
I know you're not. I'm not. That's not the point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the point.
That's the point I'm making. It may not be your point. It's mine.
It's not. What the thing is, that's your point. But
I don't know. I don't know what you.
In other words, what you're saying. What I'm saying is, right. You're trying to prove your point instead of listening to the point that I'm making. Okay.
Well, that's because you won't shut up. That's because you won't shut up and let other people talk.
You know what, dude? You can have it. Okay, you can have it. Go ahead, talk.
All right. He got mad because you got to let other people talk too. Other people have opinions, right? I mean, I don't think that we're in a situation where there's just no solution. I mean, maybe it's the engineer in me, but every problem has a solution, and I don't think that where we're at is irrecoverable. I think that just like the Bible talks about, you should know the truth and the truth shall make you free. The issue with our society right now and our community is that we have a culture that's built on a bunch of lies and deception. It's not. It's to live by deception to believe that you don't need the nuclear family, that you don't need a man in the household, you don't need a man, a wife, husband, wife, and a child in the same household. That's the way it's always been. That's the way God intended it to be. So for us to believe that that's not the way it should be, we're basing our beliefs and our morals on lies. Same thing about, just all the negative things that are going on, things that are projected on us. Those of us who are old enough, we know that this whole gang culture that's taken over, and so many different variations of it, that didn't exist when I was a child. When I was a young child, it was definitely not a prevalent culture. The nuclear family was still important. It wasn't like it was maybe in the 50s and 40s, but the bottom line is, and even the 60s, but it wasn't, 8 out of 10 black children were born in single parent homes. That's not how things were. So I think we just need to get back to the truth, expose the truth, the power of the truth. Truth is very powerful. So if we can begin to teach one another, learn from the right standards, the things that God would have us to do, and live our lives in accordance with that as best we can, we'll recover from this. And a bigger part of that is when you live like that, you gain respect for yourself, and you gain respect for people who look just like you. And it starts with just, loving each other. When we do that, we come together and we think strategically how we can, navigate this system and still be able to sustain our communities and sustain our families. And, so that's,
I think we're all in agreement with you, bro. I think the only difference we're in agreement in is the target, whether or not at a certain age point, people will change their minds. I think that's the only disagreement. We're not disagreeing with what you're saying. Like, yeah, what you're saying is exactly what needs to happen. It's just that where do you focus that energy? Do you focus it towards the youth, or do you try to focus it towards, a little bit tougher our audience?
Right. And I understand what you guys are saying, because there's an adage that, you can't teach an old dog new tricks and this, that, and the other, but that's not true. I mean, you look at some of the biblical references, Moses didn't get called until he was like in his 40s or 50s. That's
True.
when he got that, you know what I mean? That's when he got called to deliver the Israelites out of Egypt. So the Hebrews out. So, I mean, The bottom line is that God's word and the truth itself, the truth, and which is absolute, it can change people even
right,
later.
but as BGS was saying, they have to be ready, and I think that's where I think
what?
a little bit disconnected. Like, yes, you can teach
I heard him
new.
say that.
Okay.
I heard him say that, and the reason why I think that, yeah, I agree with that, and I believe that if no other group of people are ready for change on this planet, it's black folks. I mean, look how we live. Well, look how we're living, man. I mean, I think the only thing
that's you and I and the people on this panel. I think I might be the youngest guy on the panel, and I'm 46. So
right.
I mean,
yeah, you're younger than me. Yeah,
I'm 44.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So here's what I'm getting at. I'm saying that, when it's all said and done, people who have lived 40 years or more, 30 years or more, it's obvious to us that things are not working. The way things are right now for black people in this country and really in the world, they're not working, especially the diaspora, not working. I mean, it's in the Western world, it's not working for us. And one of the biggest reasons why is because, we don't have any unity. We don't have any unified effort. And a lot of people say, "Oh, we're only 13% of the population." Man, everyone's heard of the synergetic effect. Synergy is something that's very powerful, especially, and if you're a spiritual man, you know that when you put people together, and you come together for righteous causes, then you have the universe, you have God backing you. There's nothing that can stop that. See, understand that people who control the system understand that as well. And that's why a culture of divergence, like this brother was talking about, a culture of divergence is what is happening in we don't see operating as a community to change our reality. We don't see that as a possibility.
Well, let me say this. I think one of the biggest problems, honestly, is that Black people really don't understand how the American system actually works.
Did we lose you, Ryle?
It's not because Black people are dumb or stupid or anything like that. Because when our people were the least educated, I mean, no masters, no bachelors, no PhDs. We had people building. We had people building schools.
Speak to it. That's right.
So, people, we know about the Tuskegee Airmen,
Mm-hmm.
but there will be no Tuskegee Airmen without the building of Tuskegee first.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That came out of Black people understanding what environment they were in. Men like your Frederick Douglass, your Booker T. Washingtons, people like that who understood what trajectory, what direction we needed to go. Real wisdom that allowed Black people to really build institutions. And that's why I said when I first came on the show earlier. And this is a question to me that just really separates, man, who is real and who is not.
Hey, Ryle, I hate to interrupt you, man, but GG just put something in the chat. I don't know if you guys saw, he dropped out of StreamYards for a while, and he said he's got to end the stream because something's going on with his internet.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you can finish. Go ahead and finish, bro. Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, I asked Black men, do you want entertainment or do you want institutions?
Okay. Right.
See, that separates the boys from the men. Because the truth of the matter is, we got too many, and embarrassingly, too many older males, upper 30s, 40s, 50s, who BS like they're 20-year-olds or teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
Not being focused on building institutions. And one of the biggest problems that we have in Black America is we have a group of people that have a hard time respecting our most learned, professional experts in the group. You will see Black people get on panels with people who have all types of backgrounds in financial services, whatever. And they will sit there and argue back and forth with people who are in the game. Like, you're not even in that game like that. What are you arguing with these people for? Learn how to just sit and listen. You might learn something. It's not saying they know everything, but in their field, they do know their field. Like, listen to them.
Hey, I got a question. Could y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
We can hear you.
Yeah, man. There's been something going on with my internet. I don't know what happened while I was gone. I don't know. I'm trying to get it adjusted at the current moment. I got the people online or whatever. They're trying to reboot my modem and all of this nonsense. But anyway, man, look, man, all I can say is,
if you need a moment, say hold on.
Hold on, man. Let me see.
Yeah,
it's like
got Comcast online.
Man, it's some bullshit, man. My shit's supposed
Hey,
to
where's your Cash App, bro? Where's your Cash App at?
My Cash App is $G with a PhD.
Okay.
$G with a PhD. But I don't know, like, bro.
Sorry, for your account.
It's right there in the if you look in the YouTube, if you come off of StreamYard and just look at the YouTube stream,
it's in there.
You'll see, it says Stream Elements, welcome to the Green Gorilla channel, and it has the Cash App right there.
All right. I'll support the channel, man. This is good stuff. I mean, because
I'd love to hear more from you, bro. Because like you in my wheelhouse. I'm still a DoD contractor, so yeah.
Okay.
I love to pick your brain.
So anyway, man, I'm gonna have to end the stream though and try to get the technical stuff is going on, man. I don't know what's happening or how it's happening or why it's happening, but I need to find
someone to help you. Please hold.
Yeah, I need to find a way to rectify it. And right now, I got people online and all this kind of stuff.
All right,
it's all good, GG. We'll be here for the Dark Ghetto tomorrow.
All right, man. I'll holler at y'all, man. Be peaceful, man.
Good night, Phil.
Peace.
All of our representatives are busy.